test. Mic test. There we go. Hello, anybody watching this in the future? Because obviously no one's here now, probably. I don't know. That's probably just me, I would guess. It's time to stream more of the end base. It's been about 9 days since I last streamed this. I've done some work off camera, though I have actually recorded it and released it as 8x speed videos, which are videos I make they are what they sound like, which is footage sped up 8 times, because if I didn't do that, those videos, that amount of footage would be hours long. Sure, I don't know if they're the best to watch, but I don't want to make multiple videos just for that footage. So usually for like big projects or just whatever, I use that as a release method. I wonder if you can slow it down to make it less jarring. Maybe you could, but you can't upload anything, or you can't render something with Share Factory that's beyond an hour long. So that's my only way to get that out. So the first thing I did was this. So here is the spawn point. This is where I spawned when I first came to the end. And if you bring animals into the end, they spawn here too. That's how I put them in boats after here, and then I went down there and then boated them over to the middle of the platform between the pillars, which is fenced off down there to make a gigantic animal pen. So that's how I got those. But sometime in the future I might want to bring them to the platforms, which is the current stage of the project. And if I want to do that, I need to be able to get them there, and that's not going to be very easy. So I made a transportation system. This way I can get them in a boat. So I'll have to get them in a boat first, then boat to here, and then I can travel this sky waterway, I guess. Because it's a skyway, but you get it. It's also a really cool, just scenic route. It allows you to see the end island in all its glory without the use of flight, which I don't have access to at the moment because I don't have an elytra. But it's really nice. It's kind of dark, but there is no lights on this. Basically I have slabs here so that Enderman won't spawn in those sections, and obviously they can't spawn in water, so this is perfectly spawn proof. One funny thing is you can see, not from this perspective, but you can see a grass block down there. I didn't put that there. An Enderman took a grass block from up there and put it there before I lit everything up and made the second platform. Actually, all the grass down there came from a block that was brought down from there. I made the platform, and I was like, oh, I could get a silk touch pickaxe, but I was really hoping that an Enderman would bring it down there. And they did. One did eventually, so yeah, I didn't use a silk touch pickaxe for any of that, which is cool. So you can see there's the platforms. I released this video a few days ago of me, the 8x video of me making this. And it connects over to platform 1 and platform 2. So there's a little waterfall section that you can go down. That's obviously the drop-off point for the mobs whenever I use this for that purpose. And over there, there's another drop-off point, but also an access point. So I can also just use this as easy transportation between the spawn point of the end base and my current area, so that's cool. I think that's pretty neat. The other day I also made a creative copy of the world to test some things. Like a few days ago, like I guess I'll talk about this in a minute. I'll get back to this in a minute. So you can see here another drop off point and also an access point. Okay, yeah, the door's locked. I was gonna check. I'm like, did they lock the apartment door? Yeah, there's boats in these chests. These are boats left over. This boat and these ones are left over from when I brought mobs into the end. You can see it's set up to where I can just fall down. I don't need to go down the ladder, and I can just go up. So there we go. I'll just leave that there. So now to go to where I'm going to be working today, which is platform 1. This is platform 2, which was the subject of my last stream, where I finished placing all the dirt and gathering the dirt for this. So I've been doing a little bit of work on platform 1 in the last few days. A few days ago I thought about, I'm like, this area, like, both platform 1 and 2 were identical. I was like, it's kind of boring that it's super flat. Like, yeah, it's super efficient and nice, because that means I can easily build things, but it just looks a little boring. So it's like, I should probably try to add height variation, though I knew that would be complicated and annoying to do. So I made a test world to see how that would work. And I did it over here on the test version. But I realized, not a good idea to do it over here or on that side if I ever do it to platform 2 because of this. Because of the path, which also I did add this path off camera. And this pattern. On platform 1, it's not like that on platform 2 yet. Looks pretty nice, I think. But because of the path and the fact I need this to be flat land so I can bring the mobs to both ends of the platform, I thought, okay, I probably can't get away with adding height variation here without it looking weird anyway. So I decided with the actual world to do it over here. Some other things I experimented with is like, I was like, how far can I make that platform before Enderman can maybe warp over from the main from the outer end islands? I was like, I could make it about 300 blocks long, probably. Currently it's 100 blocks long, which is the same here, but I could triple that and I'd be able to see the end islands, which would be really cool. But I think it's still a decent enough distance to where they couldn't warp over, which would be nice, because they're not even, you're still far enough away that the simulation range is not reaching that area, so they can't spawn in to even try to warp over to you, which is cool. So you can see here is the height variation test, or height variation that I've added so far. I lowered this area down, and what I will be working on today is this segment here. Yeah, basically I stripped out all the dirt, well, grass blocks, that didn't have torches on it. And left the ones that had torches, so you can see where it used to be. Part 1 of me working on this as an 8x speed video went up today, and part 2 will go up tomorrow. Part of me was wondering, like, I don't know when I would be able to stream again. I was like, well, I guess whenever I suspect I'll have a decent amount of time by myself. And today is that day, because I'm like, well, my dad's gonna be home tomorrow, so that if I am able to do it tomorrow, I'm like, that's not gonna be until later in the day. So I was like, I might as well do it today. despite the fact both those parts aren't out yet. You can see this is where section 2 ends, and this is where section 3 begins. In the creative copy, the test land masses were like, lowered sections were not as wide, because I thought like, well, I need these lowered sections to be bigger than before, because I still want them to be build friendly, despite how nice they look being smaller. So I didn't want to sacrifice the capability to build on this land. So there you go. So the first thing we'll do today is tear down all this stone, because as you can see, this is where the grass layer is. You might think, oh, don't you need to place stone and stuff underneath there so you can actually place that grass? I've already done it. That's what I did. Yesterday I placed all this grass, and then I placed all the stone underneath that layer. And you'll see how I did that. Well, in tomorrow's, well, part of that, this part, today's video, and that part, or the part you're about to see in a second, in tomorrow's video. So yeah, this is what it looks like. This is all the stone underneath the first segment, the lowered section. And here is all the stone under the second section, which is already done. And then this is the third section, which I've already started on, but I will be filling that in later today. So you can see the frame is there. I just need to place stone over. So it won't be too difficult, especially when it's such a small area in comparison to these. Again, is my voice working? Yep, it is. Okay. The music is pretty dang loud. So another thing I did is I upgraded my Silk Touch pickaxe. I repaired it and gave it Unbreaking 3. I've had to repair it again after I finished working on segment 1. So I'm probably gonna have to repair it again after this. You can see I put some chests here temporarily. I'll probably find a place for these later, but let's see here. Okay, so let's get to work. As I said in the description, if time permits, I might work on a few other things. One thing I plan on doing after I finish this process, which hopefully won't take too long, is making a tunnel, like a staircase kind of tunnel inside here that allow me to access the beach down there. I think that would be really cool, but we'll see how that goes. So far it doesn't seem like anybody's shown up, which is expected, because I don't stream on a schedule, so nobody knows when I do this. Oh right, I don't need all this dirt yet. I always do that. To me, dirt is more precious than the stone is, so if some of it despawns, that's fine, because I can just make more. It takes forever, but I can make more through the cobblestone generator, but which is, by the way, how I've gotten all the stone during this project. Let's get rid of those. Maybe I didn't need to get rid of that. Okay, all this stone is from the cobblestone generator down there. I've probably spent how many months on this project already? The overall end project, probably about 4 months or so. 2 or so months on this one, 2 or so months on the main island. Oh yeah, another reason I kept the torches obviously is because it's like I want there to be light so that Endermen don't spawn. Sure, they're harmless as long as you don't look at them, but they can grief stuff, so I don't want that to happen. Maybe I should have done this and then put dirt in my inventory? Oh well. Let's see here. Oh yeah, the other day I talked about this in a series of 4 community posts. Two cool comic shops in one of the neighboring cities that I'd never been to before, and they had some really cool stuff. Initially I just intended to visit one of them because I didn't really know about the other one. But then I was told about the other one by my mom, who went with me, obviously. I think I said that earlier. Did I say that? I probably did. We decided, oh, we'll check it out. And it turned out it was pretty much right next to it. The one I didn't know about was practically right next to the highway entrance, whereas the other one was down the road that you access from the highway. Like it was probably another mile or something down the road in a shopping center. We checked out the one I intended to check out first, and then we were like, okay, so now where's the other one? And then it was like, oh, we passed it, practically. Which I thought was interesting. I was expecting it to be further, closer to the city, but no, it wasn't, so that was neat. I saw a ton of cool stuff. So many Transformers, it was ridiculous. Probably the most Transformers I've seen in any place. Not that that's saying much, I haven't visited that many comic shops, only maybe... Yeah, I can get rid of these. I don't know why I'm keeping these stone blocks, I don't need these. Underneath. I need to get rid of these too. So that's fine, I don't know why I was avoiding those. Oh yeah, and another reason to keep these grass blocks with the torches on them, besides for light, is also it spreads. It will make the spreading of the grass quicker, instead of it having to spread all over again, and it has a ton of points to spread from, which is good. Get back to the story. Dang it. Okay, oh well, as I said, the stone's pretty expendable. Like, look how much I'm mining, so it's not that bad. So I saw some really cool stuff. Unlike the other comic shop I tend to go to, not my local one, but the other one in the other city that I go to. They had tons of stuff, and some cool rare stuff too, but it wasn't the type of rare stuff I like, generally. Like, they had some cool Masterpiece figures, but the thing is, I don't own any Masterpiece figures, at least not yet anyway. Because I'm just like, I don't know if I have space for Masterpiece figures. Some cool ones being like Tokyo Toy Show Special Edition Masterpiece Loud Pedal, which is the Black Tracks figure, which has a very interesting history to it. There's a video going over the Black Tracks figure and its interesting history. I think it was like a European, specifically like Nordic country exclusive in like the mid-80s. Like, it wasn't even a Diaclone thing. I don't think there was a black Corvette figure in the Diaclone line. There was a red one, but I don't think a black one. And talking about Transformers obscure history. So basically, the Black Tracks figure was technically not a Transformers figure. It was a Diaclone figure, or at least the European version of it. But specifically, it was a European release of Diaclone that was separate from what Western Europe got. It was a, like, I forget what country it was. Is it? Is my audio lagging? Is it? Is my audio lagging? Doesn't sound bad. I don't know. Like, I noticed like a sound earlier, but it doesn't seem like my voice is getting cut out, which is fine. Maybe I'll readjust this. Is it better? Is it better? No, it's not. Okay, I don't know. This headset's a little old. So, and I'm using it wired, obviously, so. Sometimes even the controller, if it messes up, can affect audio coming from a plugged-in headset. Why is there dirt here? Huh. Alright, because this was the original dirt layer, that's right. How did I do this again? I forget. Because this is for this layer, obviously, and then this dirt is supposed to denote layer 3, but I'm not going to go up a layer, I'm going to go down. And that dirt to go down is already there, it's just, this is just to use to denote where that would be. Is it that bad? I keep checking it. My twice is not probably that enjoyable. Yeah, it keeps cutting out. Like, I can hear it on my end too, like the sound from the headset is cutting out. Weird. Like it's skipping occasionally. Is it? Let's see, I'm gonna mute my mic for a second. Never mind. I can't mute my mic because then I can't hear anything new. Never mind. I can't mute my mic because then I can't hear anything new. Doesn't sound that bad. I'm hearing myself 3 times now. Because I'm hearing it. It's Inception. Anyway. It doesn't sound that bad, at least at the moment. I'm not going to keep checking it because that's tedious and annoying. I don't have this setup where I'm listening to it on another set of headphones. So it's not like I can listen to it without the stream hearing it. So That'd be funny though if I had two sets of headphones. I have one for listening to the phone, one for talking. What is going on? I can hear it occasionally skipping. This dumb thing. Is that better? I just moved the cord a little bit. To be fair, I rarely use this thing. I only use it to stream. I don't really talk to people much anymore, so it's rarely ever used at this point. You still there? Because I have no way to tell, because it just says 1, and I'm like, is that me or is that you? Haven't gotten a response yet, so I'm gonna say that's just me then. Is it picking up my voice? Is it picking up my voice? Yes, it is. Of course it is. I'm hearing... Why am I asking that? Like, I'm hearing me pressing the buttons, so yeah, it's picking up something. Whatever. I guess I'll continue to explain that anyway. I'll probably just reset. Reset what I was talking about. So basically, a few days ago, I went out of town to check out a cool comic shop I found out about randomly about a month ago. In fact, the last time I did a stream 9 days ago was the day I was originally going to do that, but it had to be postponed by a week. So that's something interesting to note. One of the, like, I'll give some, God, stop flipping skipping. I can hear it. It doesn't seem that common though. I don't want to get another headset. Weird. The joys of amateur streaming. It's like I'm not using a shotgun mic or something. Okay, this doesn't seem actually that bad. I'm definitely gonna need to repair this though. Anyways, some examples of cool stuff I saw. They had a bunch of Masterpiece and third-party Masterpiece figures. And for good prices, too. Like, obviously I was talking about Loud Pedal, which is a Masterpiece figure I've had my eye on for a long time. Main reason I've never really been interested in Masterpieces is because, besides their larger scale, they're also super complicated most of the time, so at least the later ones. So it's like if I ever got any Masterpiece figures, it'd probably some of the earlier ones. I also was never really a fan of the later Masterpiece figure aesthetic. They really went for like a super toon aesthetic, and that's now bleeding into the regular Transformers line, which I'm just like, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It's like the new Seeker, it's literally just the latest Masterpiece Starscream, but smaller and simpler. But that's what it looks like aesthetically. Obviously that's just because it's going for the animation look, but I'm just like, I don't like that you're going for an animation look. Anyway, so they had Loud Pedal for $100, which isn't too bad. He's just like, even though he's a special Masterpiece figure, he was a convention toy show exclusive. Surprisingly not stupid expensive. Like, I don't know, maybe comparison to Trax, maybe he is. The original Trax figure is probably, well, I can judge. I can probably say what it is because they also had the original Trax figure and Road Rage. They had Masterpiece Road Rage as well. So they had all three of the Masterpiece Trax mold there. And those were 70, so him being 100, it's like he's not that much more, which, at least in that case. Those were 70, I think. I should probably check photos. Yeah, I'm not getting any comments here, so that something tells me he's not here anymore. Oh well. Let's go and look at these photos. How much were those? Let's see here. To be fair, I don't know if I really took good photos of those because I wasn't interested in them. So can I get a little glimpse? Trax was... okay, he was behind something, so I can't even tell. I know Road Rage was there as well, but... some of the later pictures I took? Yeah. See, there was a bunch of... I wonder what that figure is underneath Road Rage. So I couldn't really tell you what those were. But they also had a bunch of the Masterpiece Sideswipe variants. They didn't have Sideswipe himself, but they had Red Alert, and they had, I think, both his original release and his reissue with like the more toon colors. Unless they're both the same, but I kind of doubt that. Yeah, I think they're two different releases. Yeah, so MP14 Plus and MP14. And then they also had G2 Sideswipe, which I thought was really cool. That's another Masterpiece figure that I have my eye on because I'm just like, that's the only kind of, at least, it's like, unless you count the Golden Bumblebee, which I guess you could count. If you count that, then it's one of only two, I believe, Masterpiece G2 figures, which is pretty neat. And it came with all the, like, Marvel comic accurate, ridiculous stuff, like the spiked wheels on his shoulders and the big, gigantic guns. So the Red Alerts were $50, and Sideswipe, G2 Sideswipe was 70. What were some other ones? They had MP49, the later Black Convoy or Nemesis Prime, based off of the... what the heck is that noise? Stop. Like I'm hearing static. Like I'm hearing static. Jesus. Why? It's not like I did anything different from last time. It's just been sitting on the table for the last, like, 9 days. Stupid thing. Stupid thing. Is that better? Stupid thing. Is that better? Is it? Stupid thing. not. I'm getting a loop. Sounds okay. Oh well. I guess I should probably try to get a new headset soon. I don't think it's the mic, it's the headset itself, which is annoying. It's the problem with the headset's plug, not the microphone, so that's not great. How many headsets have I gone through? Let's see, I started with, back in 2018, I started with the HyperX, I believe, and then once that broke down in about a year, I moved to a really nice one, to the point where we had like a maintenance guy come over to our apartment to fix something, and he commented on the headset I had and was like, oh, I wanted to get one of those. And I used that one for a long time, so I know it was good. And I've had this one I'm using right now as a spare as well. I bought that back then too. So this headset, even though I've only used it for about, I don't know actually, when did I start using this one? I may have started using it when like before I stopped streaming a year or so ago, so I don't remember if I used it on streams back then. I might have started using it like half a year before I stopped streaming for about a year. So I've probably been using this headset for a year or two, even though there was a long time. There was like almost like 6+ months that I never used it. And before that, it had just been sitting in its box for like 4+ years. So this is a pretty old headset, despite the fact it hasn't been used too many times. Maybe a few hundred times I've used it. So, 'cause I don't play video games with the headset on and the mic on generally, unless I'm with someone else or streaming. So, interesting. Let's see. I'm not hearing cutouts right now, so maybe me readjusting the cord a little bit fixed it. I don't know. Sometimes that happens. How the cord is placed into the socket. It's weird. I don't know. I'm not gonna keep checking because it's annoying to hear and it's annoying to do. But yeah, so that second one I probably used for like a good 5 years. Until it eventually just fell apart. Like, eventually the strap part of it, the cushion part of it that like was separate from the overall like top of it, eventually broke. But I still kept using it. Some like the gold parts of it eventually turned green. Probably should have stopped using it a long time before I did, but I was just like, I don't want to switch over yet. Whereas this one was still sitting just in its box, in storage in my closet. Because I think I got both of these, both that one and this one at the same time, probably in like 2019. So this is an old headset now. Despite it not getting as much use as the other one. I guess it really doesn't matter how old the headset is, as long as it's not been used that many times. It's probably still fine. I was not expecting to talk about headsets today. Oh yeah, that's right. I was talking about Black Convoy. So when I first got into looking into Masterpiece figures, I remember Big Bad Toy Store, which is one of the largest US-based online stores, used to have MP10B, which is the original Black Convoy. Though I actually wouldn't be surprised if MP01 also had a black variant. Though I don't know if it was Decepticon version. It may have been one of those rare Optimuses that is black but has Autobot logos. One of the earlier, like Nucleon Quest, which just came out in Masterpiece, which I think is like the first Black Convoy with Autobot logos in probably over 10 years, which is funny because like ever since like the late 2000s, most of them have been Nemesis Prime variants and not just Black Convoys. Just as in Black Optimus Prime. So they've been evil instead of good. But anyway, they had the latest Black Convoy, excluding obviously Nucleon Quest, for only 150, which is pretty good. Like that thing goes for over 300 generally, from what I can tell. But as I said, I remember seeing MP10B, and I like the aesthetic of MP10 more, and I know he's a much simpler and more fun figure, so I'd probably want to get that instead. Despite that price being not bad for MP49, like that's really good apparently, I don't think I'd want it, because it's just like, if you have any idea what that transformation is like, I remember watching the review on the original regular version of Optimus that mold that created that mold that figure's based off of. He's just a simplified release. So he's that figure, obviously in Nemesis Prime colors, and he doesn't have the trailer and all the minifigures and all the extra junk that figure really didn't need. The original Optimus version of that was like 400, 500 bucks, whereas the later releases that didn't include the trailer and all the extra stuff that most people don't even want was like half that. It was like a budget version, and it's just like, I remember watching Jobby the Hong's video on it. Great reviewer, loved his stuff for forever. It's just like, it's such a funny review, and it's also just like, what the heck were they thinking when they designed this? Like, I talked to my dad about it. It's like, what drugs were they on? It's like, you don't the transformation for Optimus Prime does not need to be rocket science. It's one of the most simple transformations. His legs just like combined together, and his upper torso becomes a cube. That's it. You don't need, like, obviously it was their first attempt to do like a proper animation style Prime, but I'm like, they went overboard. And eventually the latest like Commander class Optimus looks a lot like it, and it's 1,000 times simpler. So it's like, you did not need to make this way. That was my problem with a lot of later Masterpiece figures. It's like, one, they went for toon aesthetic, which is just not that appealing to me. And they made them stupid complicated in order to try to achieve that. I'm just like, the older Masterpiece figures looked better and they weren't as complicated as this, so I just never liked that. It's like, eventually like the designers are like, well, people expect Masterpiece figures to be complicated. It's like, not this complicated. I don't know. Just a little more complicated than the standard releases of the time. It's like, and of course being larger and better detailed. So it's just a little strange to me. Over some other ones. I need to get a look at those photos again. What's my looking like? I should probably deposit more stone. I should also probably repair the pickaxe in a few minutes. Let's see, so MP49. I can't tell what this other one is. It might be a Lamborghini logo, so that might have been another Sideswipe variant that I saw. Could have been Sideswipe himself, or maybe even Tiger Track, which was another Tokyo Toy Show exclusive Masterpiece figure that came in like a monochrome box. Basically, I don't know if they both came in silver monochrome. I know that I feel like he came in a gold one. Tiger Track. I feel like he came in a gold monochrome box, whereas Loud Pedal came in a silver one. Oh yeah, they had Masterpiece Ultra Magus. I don't know why I didn't mention that. And a bunch of other like third-party Masterpiece style figures too, like Fans Hobby, Power Baser, and God Armor, which was the third-party attempt at God Jinrai before Takara did it themselves. They had a bunch of other cool figures outside of Masterpiece figures. Like they had, was it Device Label? Is that what it's called? The sound wave that turns into an iPad or a tablet. They had him for 130. They had Beast Machine's Primal Prime, which is Optimal Optimus, but red and blue, like classic Optimus colors. I don't know if he had his gun, but he was 125 in a case. He was in the same glass case as an Optimal Optimus. I like the look of that figure, but I hope they make a new one someday, because I like pretty much everybody. I know that character from the 3H Wreckers comics, and in those comics he had a mouth plate face like Optimus does. Yet the original toy reused the regular Optimal Optimus face, so he didn't have that. And it just doesn't look anywhere near as good to me, so I don't think I'd want to get that. I think I first found out about Optimal Optimus by a Theo Adams toy grind video. It's kind of funny, like he always branded his channel as Toy Grind in the videos, but the name of his channel was Theo Adams, which is his name, up until very recently. He finally changed it to Toy Grind. It's like, why didn't you do this ages ago? It was already your brand. Let's see, how far am I in this? I can get away with wearing this down a little more, I think. Some other cool stuff. They had a bunch of Combiner Wars combiners and Unite Warriors ones. They only had one Unite Warrior set. They had Superion. But they had like the Protectobots. They had the Power of the Primes, female Autobots, Orthia or Alita Infinite, I believe, are the names that combiner has. I'm hearing it again. Can you calm down? Static noises. God dang it. Is it working? Is it functional? Is it working? Okay. Why does it do this? I guess that is the advantage of wireless headsets. 'Cause it's not limited to the stupid wire. I don't want to worry about this. What were some other cool things? Like, obviously I'm seeing them in these photos, but... Oh yeah, they had Combiner Wars Lio Kaiser. Probably straight off of someone getting the new Lio Kaiser that... Did it just come out, or is it... Has it come out yet? I haven't seen a review of it yet, so I feel like it's not out yet. It's probably getting delivered like really soon though. I always thought that Combiner Wars version looked cool, even though it doesn't make any sense. Obviously the new one's way better, but there is a charm to the old Combiner Wars release. It's a Platinum Edition as well. I think it was Entertainment Earth exclusive, yeah. How much was this? Can I tell? Looks like there might be price stickers on it, but the photo isn't good enough quality for me to be able to see that. They had Commander Skylynx, they had Masterpiece Sunstorm, the US one. Did Takara make a Masterpiece Sunstorm eventually that was more accurate? I think they might have. Based off a MP... Was it MP09? No, MP11, that's right. Starscream. That Sunstorm is really weird. It's like bright yellow, it has a bronze head, it has flame decals on it. Or tampos. It's really weird, because it's just like, this is not what Sunstorm looks like. What the heck were you thinking when you designed this? It's kind of strange. Like it was cool. I think it was cool that they released like some cool special seekers as US exclusive or US edition Masterpiece figures. Like the Acid Storm one's awesome, but like, what the heck were they thinking with Sunstorm? It's like McDonald's colors. I'm pretty sure I mentioned this in the post. I was like, I'm pretty sure I've seen one of these in person before. The comic shop or collectible store in the other city I normally go to, I think, had it years ago, probably in like 2019, 2018. Like one of the first times I went there, I think I saw them. I saw that they had it. But that was the last time I saw it. One cool thing they had was, which is right next to that Masterpiece Sunstorm, was BotCon 2002 Cyclonus, which is a recolor of Ultra Class Jetstorm from Beast Machines, I think. It's a cool figure, but out of the two figures from that particular year of the convention, I prefer CAT-Scan. Actually, now that I think about it, I think there's more than... It's more than those two. They also... That was, I think, the same convention they released Glyph and Tap out as well. And then later on in Europe, they hosted BotCon Europe, which I think was the only time they ever did that. And they released Rook, which was a silver recolor of G1 Windcharger as well. So, you got 5 BotCon toys that year, which is unprecedented. Usually only did like 1 or 2 back then. Sure, 3 of them were mini bots, but still, it's pretty neat. CAT-Scan was a recolor, a white and red recolor of Beast Machines and Night Slash Cheetor. One of the better Beast Machines and Maximal figures. I think the other pickaxe is over here. But yeah, CAT-Scan, not a super expensive 3H BotCon toy, which is probably one reason I like it. Also, he's a brand new character, which I much prefer to get the 3H brand new characters if I ever got any of them. Then, Oh yeah, this pickaxe was one I started to use at this cobblestone generator back when I initially started working on that. I probably should have brought the boat back over there. But yeah, that figure was special CAT scan because it was the first Transformers figure to use glow-in-the-dark paint. Then last year, we finally got another one with that weird Megatron, which I still need to know what glows on that figure. I've just seen it at stores occasionally. Weird Earthspark Deluxe Megatron. And then, finally, this year, they announced recently that Takara is releasing as part of a new Transformers Legends-esque, like it's Transformers Legends something, or something slightly different naming to not confuse with the previous Transformers Legends line from the mid to late 2000s. From like, I think Thrilling 30 to Titan's Return is when that line, how long that line lasted. In fact, I think it lasted up until early Siege even. With like special e-hobby releases, which were the final e-hobby exclusive Transformers. So, well, that were actual Transformers, not like super deformed style collectible cards. Which those are cool too, but it's just kind of interesting to think. This is what e-hobby produces now? I'm not complaining, because that means I don't have to like see a super cool figure and be like, I'm never going to be able to get this. But it's just a little strange that that's what they've been reduced to. What am I doing? I forgot I was going to upgrade it. Dang it. Well, at least it's just down this hallway. But yeah, so that was the only BotCon toy I saw there at that particular comic shop, was Cyclonus. Treebot Reviews is a good review on that, I believe. So that's pretty neat. He would go well with the Skywarp I got last year, actually. So, but from Universe 2.0, or not 2.0, 1.0, 2003. But I don't want to deal with the chrome. He was like $160, which isn't terrible for him. Usually it's like 180, I think. Oh, Jesus. Really? The repair before wasn't that bad. God dang it. How much would it... What can I... Breaking 3. But I need Silk Touch. Oh well, I can probably just break stuff. I don't need... That's flipping annoying. I hate how much more expensive it gets the more you do it. It's dumb. I think this is my second Silk Touch pick. I stopped using the original one because it got expensive to fix. I guess I should get Mending, but the problem is Mending books are so dang rare that... I don't know. I'll use this. I might break a few more things and I'll just use this one. Because it's not like I'm losing the stone. I just need to turn it back into stone. It'll become cobblestone. Which, and I should have plenty of stone to do what I want to do. But that's just annoying. So I'm about almost halfway done with this. I just need to make sure I don't break this. I might have enough. Do I have enough durability? I have a lot more than it looks, I think. So I should have enough to finish this line. And then I'll stop using it. And I'll move to the regular pickaxe. That's annoying though. Yeah, I have plenty enough to do what I want to do. It's just... I was planning on saving all this, but now I need to reheat it, I guess you could say. So let's put this in the inventory, just so I make sure I don't use it. Wonder how quickly this will break. I think I do have a few more unbreaking books left around, so I could probably put that on this. But I don't know if I have enough levels for that. And maybe I'll go check that out. Pretty quiet stream so far. Only the one guy that seems to always show up recently showed up. Nobody else has, as of late. I did actually see another BotCon toy not yesterday, it was like 2 or 3 days ago now. But it was one I'd already seen before, weirdly. And it wasn't a Fun Pub toy, it was another 3H one, which is strange because I haven't seen that many 3H BotCon toys in person before. It was Transmetal Tigatron from 2001. I saw another one of those. The first time I saw one was last summer at another comic shop I visited while visiting family up north. So it was interesting to think, oh, I've seen this one twice. So that means for 3H toys I've seen in person that I don't own. I've seen Sentinel Maximus, I've seen 2 Tigatrons, I've seen Cyclonus, and I've seen Sandstorm. My local comic shop got Sandstorm a few years ago. Like a year and a half, 2 years ago. He was like $400 something in this box. It was kind of funny. I think last year, a few months ago, I remember seeing one of those show up loose, complete, for only about, I forget how much. It was like... Let's see here. Protection 4. No. It's over here somewhere. These are all books I've gotten from my fishing spot in the end. Sharpness. I thought I had another Unbreaking book. Do I not have another one? Yeah, Unbreaking 3. Feather Falling 4. Density Impaling. I got like, I think 3 Unbreaking books, I think, yesterday. Like, I spent a while fishing to get new ones. To upgrade that pickaxe. Going over to the Ender chest, which is at the spawn area. I should probably harvest this so I have food. This is literally only one of 2 food sources outside of killing animals that I have in the end. Is this pond. That's definitely something I need to do after I complete what I want to do today. I need to make a food source over there. Another main reason I thought about doing the height variation was I've gotten this far in the project, and yet I'm not fully certain of what I want to do. Like, I want to build stuff, but I'm not really sure what. Like, I'm sure I could think of things, but it's like I kind of want them to have like utility. It's like I could make a skyscraper, but it'd probably be empty. It'd be like that one North Korean skyscraper that was like billions of dollars to make, and yet is empty and is only used as a nice thing on the skyline in Pyongyang. Like, it'd probably be like that. I'm just like, I don't know if I want to make something like that. It's not really like how I like to build things. I like to make things that have a use. So, I don't know. You're fucking kidding me. Why are you cutting out? Who knows if anyone want to watch this in the future if the microphone's messing up. Okay, yeah, I already have Feather Falling 4 on this. Protection 4, Depth Strider 3, Breaking 3. Protection 4, Protection 4, Protection 4. I need to put a breaking on that too. So yeah, I can use this. Since I don't need Feather Falling. I wouldn't mind putting this on a new book or a new pair of shoes, because I don't really want to use those yet. The main reason I die in the end is not from falling in the void, but it's from falling off of like cliffs working on the project. So I die of fall damage. So if I had feather falling boots to wear, that would help a lot. I wonder if eventually I should just turn the music in the end off, because it's kind of annoying. But at the same time, it'd be pretty boring, I think, just to wander around here with zero audio in the background. Why is it always when I'm stringing that my body makes weird noises? Let's see, can I afford this? Oh, not that. Yeah, I can. There we go. That will help. Let's see, so what are some other, like there was so much stuff that I just didn't even take pictures of when I was there. Like, one funny thing I saw was they had the covert clone sideswipe and what's his name? Slam Dance, because it's Grand Slam, and Rain Dance, I believe. Yeah, Slam Dance, I believe. But they have them loose for like 40 something each, and I'm like, at that point I'd just get the flipping pack that they just reissued like a few months ago for about as much as it costs to get this, just to get one of them. Like, sure, I don't really want Slam Dance, and I could pay $10 less just to get the sideswipe, but I'm like, I'd rather get them both at that point. What am I doing? I don't need to be down here. Ow. I keep getting confused and sidetracked. Oh, yeah, I saw, I think I don't know, did I use this photo in the community post? I don't think I did. I also saw the Wreckers collection impactor. It's like the Marvel UK version. Oh right, that's probably why I was going down there, because I wanted to craft the bread. Well, actually no, I don't even do that because I put a crafting table over here. That's right. There we go. I thought, oh, that was neat. I didn't really pay much attention to it though, but let's see some other. I'm gonna go through these photos real quick. They had an entire shelf case of pretty much any bumblebee you could think of. Well, a good amount of them anyway. A lot, like pretty much all of the yellow ones. They even had Select's bug bite in there as well for 36, which isn't too bad for him, I think. They had a Megatron shelf. One really cool thing I saw is they had both of the HG Psycho Gundams. They had the Psycho Gundam Mark 1 and 2. The Psycho Gundam Mark 1 was 50, the Psycho Gundam Mark 2 was 100. Built. They weren't... they'd already been built by someone else. They had those. And I thought that was cool. For many years I've had the Psycho Gundam Mark 1 kit in my backlog. I think I got that back at the old house I used to live at, from 2008 to 2020, 2021. It's one of the first kits I bought from USA Gundam Store, because I remember seeing a review of it by Jobby the Hong. I thought, oh, that's a really cool kit. I didn't really know much about it, but I was like, that's a really cool looking mobile suit. And I'm like, I would have bought that if one, I had space for it, and two, if I didn't already have the kit technically. But I'm like, I don't know how well of a job I would do if I made it myself. So I could buy it and then just sell off my unbuilt one. But I'm like, that kit's not like super rare right now. They've re-released it. They've reprinted it a few times recently, so it's not like a super... I don't know if it's a super, like, popular kit at the moment, because at least to buy on the aftermarket. So I don't know. Plus, I'm like, I'm not sure if I have much space for it. One thing I plan on doing right now with my next shelf is a Titans shelf, and it would fit with that perfectly. But and I know where I could probably put another shelf in my room, but I need to clean my room first and move some things around. But it's cool to see the Psycho Gundam Mark II, because that's a brand new kit that came out last year. I don't think it's been out for a full year yet, so that was cool to see it. I was like just watching a review of it a few days ago, so I was like, that's cool. One funny thing is I saw Fans Hobby Machine Wave, which is their version of like a Masterpiece scale Machine Wars Soundwave. I'm a big Machine Wars fan. When the first Bakhan toy I ever bought was Machine Wars Thundercracker. Got him for like, I think less than $50 in like 2021. And then one of the funnier things that I got last year, just some random thing. I was like, oh, that's a cool shirt, because it's like I don't have that many clothes. So it's like, oh, that's a cool shirt. Like some of the lesser BotCon related merchandise is the clothing that they used to sell. Everyone talks about the figures, but not really anyone talks about the clothing or the posters and stuff they used to sell at the convention as well. I remember I found during my research of BotCon 2013, I found an article going over everything that was going to be sold and photos of it. And I saw the t-shirt, I'm like, oh, that's really cool. because it wasn't like, out of all the other Bakon t-shirts, it was like, all the other ones were like flashy or whatever. It was like, this one was very monochrome, and I'm like, I like that because it's not like super attention grabbing. It's like, I could probably get away with wearing that without being recognized for what it is. So it's like, oh, I wouldn't mind getting that. And eventually I did find it really early last year from Canada for like 18 bucks total. That's including shipping and stuff, because I guess tariffs hadn't taken effect yet, so it would have been a lot more probably in my size. I had already found one on Mercari for a long time before that, but it was a size above, which I'm like, I realized I'm like, I probably could get away with wearing a XL instead of a large, but and in hindsight, it probably would be better to get the XL for that, because I didn't realize what the material was. So I got that shirt in, and then I was like, I'm not sure how I feel about the material. It's not really that comfortable feeling. And then another thing I noticed was, this print looks weird. And then I realized it's because it's glow-in-the-dark material. That shirt glows in the dark, which is weird to me. Like, I've never owned a glow-in-the-dark shirt before, and it was never talked about before, because no one ever talks about these things. I thought that was pretty neat. Eventually I plan on making a community post about it. But anyway, so yeah, Machine Wave is a recolor of, I think, Huntsman, which was their version of Stalker. Basically at TFCon, for the last few years they've been releasing Euro G1 themed Masterpiece exclusive figures. Like, there's probably only like 600 of them each. And at one of them they released a recolor of their version of, like, the first one they did for the Euro G1 Decepticons was Huntsman, which was a recolor with a new head, or not even a new head, it's like a new faceplate on the head. And maybe it has slightly new accessories in places of their, like, Masterpiece scale double dealer, but they took the bird mode parts out. And I was just like, and part of me was like, why hasn't Hasbro done this? That mold hasn't been used yet. The Earthrise double dealer, it hasn't been reused, so just take the bird mode parts out, or maybe retool it to get rid of those parts, and give it a new head, maybe a new weapon, and you're golden. And I'm pretty sure that was their intention. Like, some of those parts are very much like G1 Stalker, so it's like, why haven't they done that yet? It's probably just because it's a commander, or it's a leader class, so they can't find many slots for it. But anyway, so Machine Wave was sold as a, like, holiday exclusive. Like, it was a holiday, it was a figure released for, like, the holiday season on the Chosen Prime website. It's Chosen Prime exclusive, which is also where leftover stock with those TFCon figures are sold. It was really cool. I watched a review on it yesterday, and instead of just the 2 Power Masters for, like, repaints of just the 2 Power Masters for double dealer, it came with 3, because they recolored another one, so there's 2 of the same mold in there to make Rumble, Frenzy, and Ratbat as Power Masters, which I thought was cool, because obviously it's Soundwave instead of whatever, so that makes sense, it has more. The funny thing about finding Machine Wave, I found one of them at, I don't know how many exist, there might be also only 600 of those. I found one of them at the first comic shop I talked about and went to, and then I went to the next one that I was told about that day, and that turned out to be really close by, and they also had one. So it's like, that's so weird, I saw 2 of these in the same day. I think they were about 250 each, I believe. It was kind of funny. I was like, really? I've seen two of these in the same day? I thought that was weird. I don't know why I have all this dirt. I'm not using it right now. I should probably just get rid of it. I'll place it in a few minutes, but I might as well even get rid of this pickaxe since I don't plan on using it. Another cool figure I saw was Power of the Prime's Nemesis Prime. He was a Amazon exclusive, I believe, back in 2018, so he's now close to 8 years old. I have his accessories because they were later reused for the Netflix version of Nemesis Prime. They gave him those. Gonna plug this back in again. Are you good? Are you good? Are you good? Are you good? It's just gonna be an infinite loop. Are you good? It's just gonna be an infinite loop. Are you good? It's so stupid. I'm saying, are you good a million times. Are you good? It's so stupid. I'm saying, are you good a million times. Okay, I'm not gonna entertain that. That's so stupid. Because it's just hearing itself, so it's it's copying itself over and over again. That's funny. But anyway, they had him loose for $100. I was like, oh, that looks cool. It's one of the very rare Nemesis Prime figures that has a new head. It's not just a straight repaint. It has a new head from the original Evolution Optimus Prime. So I think there's even like a Nemesis Orion Pax in that as well, which is funny. Nemesis Pax or something. I don't know. I don't remember what they called it. Okay, I'm gonna grab dirt. Going to grab dirt. Sorry for the mic issue. It's not really something I can do. It's just a failure of equipment. I wish it didn't happen, but it doesn't seem like there's anything I can really do about it. So, yay. I don't want us to do this stream without the mic, though, is the thing. So, I guess I'm just gonna have to put up with it, unfortunately. Like, I'm hearing it skip every few seconds sometimes. It's just, like, I'll hear a weird, like sound effect, like, absence of sound effects for, like, a millisecond. Oh yeah, that's right. So we're getting pretty far in this now. About halfway through this process. Hopefully, since I've never... I wonder how much Power of the Prime's Nemesis Prime is worth. He was 100 there. I've never really looked for this figure. Hmm. Let's see, about 130 boxed. 175. I doubt I'm gonna see that many loose copies of this, like 300 something, which is unnecessary. So I don't know. Like, looking back at it, this comic shop had a lot of good prices for things. I should probably plug in my phone in a bit. They had Power of the Primes, or no, Titans Return Sky Shadow, which I thought was cool. I still don't know why they never remolded that to make... They never remolded that to make a... Thunderwing. Historically, Sky Shadow was originally a retool of Thunderwing. Pretty much just a new head, maybe some slight different chest details. Back in G1. I think he was from Transformers Victory. That's the TV show I think he appeared in. And then when it came to Generations, they released a little deluxe Thunderwing and then retooled it to into Sky Shadow. And then they made Sky Shadow for Titans Return, along with Six Shot and Overlord as the big leader class Decepticons for the line, which is obviously in reference to the Phase Sixers from the IDW comics. Basically, those three guys were, like, in the IDW comics, the Decepticons had, like, invasion plans, like invasion phases. Like, they'd invade a planet in phases, and the final phase was Phase 6. And that's when they bring in one of their heavy hitters to, like, exterminate the remaining life on a planet. And those three guys were some of the Phase Sixers. And I thought, oh, that's really cool. I like that. I wouldn't mind getting those three guys, because I have Six Shot. I got him ages ago. In fact, I think they had one there too that day, but I didn't take a picture of him. There was just so much stuff. It was kind of impossible to pay attention to things. I don't think they had Overlord though, but for whatever reason, even though out of those three, I would imagine Sky Shadow's the most obscure of those three guys, he can be pretty expensive still. So they had him for 80 bucks, which isn't too bad. He was a retool of Overlord. Yeah, he was a retool of Overlord. So he had this, in fact, actually I would say he's a pre-tool, because I think he came out first. So his legs can become a tank, and the top of him becomes a jet. Yeah, the Titans Return had a lot of weird things like that. They did a lot of pre-tooling. They would release a figure, and then release the more intended mold version later. It's like Triple Changer Optimus, which was stylized after Laser Prime, and eventually they did release a more, well, more accurate Laser Prime in the Chaos on Velocitron box set. Though they picked a weirdly, like, baby blue color, which I do like. It's kind of unique. I remember seeing that at a comic shop, my local comic shop. Was it last year? I think it was in 2024 for like 30 something bucks, or maybe even 25. I was like, should I have bought that? And I kind of regretted it. The main reason I didn't was because it's like I already have Legends LGEX Black Convoy, which is the Scourge version of that mold. So I'm like, I don't know if I want another use of this figure, despite the fact I loved watching the Chaos on Velocitron review by Vault Matrix, I think, back in the day. That's where I learned about that figure, and I'm like, and Laser Prime as a whole, I think. And I'm like, oh, that looks really cool. Yeah, they had Power of the Primes, Predaking. They had Arms Micron's Thundercrackers, so like blue, I think Prime First Edition Starscream, pretty much. That's an interesting figure. I remember I saw him, like, occasionally a few years ago, Big Bad Toy Store would get Arms Micron figures in stock again occasionally. It was weird because I'm like, these figures haven't been produced for years. So I'm just like, they must be finding warehouses of these things randomly and buying stock from those warehouse finds. It's like, I remember they would, like, sometimes get in, like, especially him, they got like the Arms Micron Viacon, Arms Micron Knockout, and like Thundercracker as well. They would sometimes get those guys in. I think they got in a Arms Micron Swerve as well, which was a repaint with a new head of Breakdown. I think they got him in as once as well. They had, this comic shop also had Legacy Evolution Nova Prime with the upgrades, so he was like 150 because he had all the upgrade kits, so like the better, cooler wings. They had a Siege Astro Train, which is a figure I've wanted for a long time. So I'm looking back, I'm like, why didn't I get that? He wasn't like that expensive either. Well, it wasn't too bad. He was like 65 loose, but because I've had a space dedicated for him on my Decepticon shelf for a while, and I just haven't gotten around to getting him yet. They had Generations Shattered Glass. Stop skipping, you stupid headset. I can hear it. They had Shatterglass Jetfire, which I thought was cool. He was 170, which was just like, not worth it. Cool. He was cool though. What were some other things I saw? They had Titan's Return Fortress Maximus and Earthrise Scorponok. The Studio Series Autobot 5-pack for the 15th anniversary of Movie 1, which would have come out when exactly? I'm trying to think what that would be. 2017 would be, so that's probably 2023. 2017 would be the 10th, so 5 years later, yeah, 2023. I remember saying to my mom, like, the movie, like Revenge of the Fallen equivalent of this pack showed up at Ross last year. I never saw it, but I remember seeing a bunch of reports of it. It's kind of interesting how like Ross distribution works. Like it seems like certain areas of the US get better stock than others. I don't get terrible stuff. Like sometimes I find cool stuff. Like I remember I found Flame War once. I remember earlier on that year when she was showing up, I saw a lot of reports of her and Slicer. Speaking of Slicer, I did see him at this comic shop without Exosuit. I don't think they had Exosuit, but they did have Slicer. But I was just like, I'd rather get them both. Just because, even though I don't really care for Exosuit, I think he looked cool. So that was a really weird figure. Like both of those figures were strange additions to the Shatterglass line. Slicer makes sense because that color scheme was used for Shatterglass Wheeljack, but just like his previous toy, like his BotCon release, he isn't really a Shattered Glass toy. Like the BotCon toy, which I also saw last year too, which is funny, has silver Decepticon, or like silver outlined with nothing inside the outlines, Decepticon logos on the doors. He was a repaint of Energon Downshift, I believe. Oh, yeah, dang it, that's not good. Huh. You can see one of the support beams that I was using to work on this. Yeah, I should probably grab a stack of just stone so I can repair any mistakes I make. Yeah, it's funny, I'm still talking about just the first comic shop I went to that day. Oops. What was I talking about again? I forget. What was I talking about? I don't remember. Looking through these photos. Oh yeah, I was talking about Slicer, that's right. I remember now. But basically that figure was meant to just be Slicer, because he was released at the convention homage G2, which, even though he's not a G2 toy, but whatever. Basically that convention treated anything that wasn't released in the US from 1990 to 1990. What the heck do you mean the internet quality isn't currently sufficient enough? It's not like the stream's ended yet. You say that, but the stream's not ended yet. Did it show that on camera too?
You can see one of the...
I think it did. I saw it there. It rarely ever shows that kind of stuff on screen. That's strange. Huh. Odd. It's like, why would the internet not be sufficient? I'm the only one home! It's just me. Stupid thing. My internet hasn't died yet. I really don't want to make this a two-parter stream. I might have to, though, if that happens. Which is unfortunate. This stream has not gone the way I thought it would. Not that I really expect anything from these streams, to be honest, but... Oh, I never put dirt under that torch. I should probably do that. Oh yeah, I was talking about Slicer, that's right. I need to stop getting distracted. So the funny thing about the Energon, well, the Armada and Energon toys is they had a habit of tooling in the faction logo into the toy, so it was like three-dimensional. There's a reason they don't do that anymore, because that made it that made repainting that thing into a character on a different faction very difficult, if not impossible. So, because he was an Energon toy that had a molded-in Autobot logo on his chest, technically that Slicer figure from BotCon 2010 doubles as Shattered Glass Slicer because they painted that part purple. So he has Decepticon logos in vehicle mode, but an Autobot logo in robot mode. Like a Shattered Glass Autobot logo in robot mode, which is weird. And then when the Generations Shattered Glass Slicer came out, they called him Slicer, not Shattered Glass Wheeljack. I don't know if that's like a nickname he has in that universe. It might be. But they didn't even put an Autobot logo on that figure. They put a Decepticon logo on it. So that's literally just regular universe slicer. That's not Shattered Glass Wheeljack. They just released it in the Shattered Glass line because that was their best excuse to do it, which I find hilarious. Even Exosuit in that pack's a Decepticon, and that's obviously an homage to his original toy, because he was one of the Action Masters that came with a motorized Exosuit. So it's really funny. It's just like, you really just shoved this guy in here because you had no other excuse to release him. And then Flame War was the same thing. It's like, she was never in any Shattered Glass comics before this, and her design isn't any different. Only thing you could say that denotes that she's a Shattered Glass toy is her red Autobot logo, or Decepticon logo. But the thing is, that's not even like a purely Shattered Glass thing. Prime Starscream had a red Autobot logo. That doesn't mean he's from a different universe. Some other like Decepticon figures have silver Autobot or Decepticon logos, or white Decepticon logos. It doesn't mean they're from a different universe. So it's like, you could easily have her just be the regular version of herself. And it seems like that's what they wanted you to do. But they decided, well, this is a BotCon themed set of waves we're doing, kind of, because Shattered Glass was a BotCon concept. So how about we shove a BotCon character in here? And they chose Flame War. It was the only way they could get her out, it seems. So it's just kind of funny. It's like every other character in those waves was a pre-established Shattered Glass character except her. So that just seems to be her way to get in. So it's like, it was funny, those two specifically, which are the ones that showed up at Ross, were the odd ones out in that second wave, which is pretty funny to me. But anyway, I found Flame War. Yeah, that's the reason I brought this up. I found Flame War at Ross probably like the second time I ever went there, and the first time I ever went there looking to maybe try to get something. And I found her, just one of her, for like 15 or something. 15, 16 bucks. I went there looking for Scourge from the Velocitron wave. I didn't find him at the time, but I later did. He was $18 for a leader class, which is really good. I went there looking for him. I found her instead, and I never saw her at a Ross again. I only saw her the one time, and I got her that time I found her. And I was happy I got her, because I was just like, I'm not sure if I like the design of this character, and I think she's an interesting character, but it's like, I'm not sure if I'd get her normally otherwise. Especially now, it's like, she's so expensive now. I remember her and Slicer flooded like Mercari and eBay and stuff at the time, because everybody was like finding them at Ross and reselling them on the aftermarket for more to people who didn't realize they could get one at a Ross if they were lucky enough. It was just funny, and it's like, huh, that's funny. Now it's like, oh geez, these figures have gotten expensive. Probably still would have been a better idea to get them then, because at least in my state they didn't want to show up much. I probably just missed the boat on Slicer, unfortunately. I kept looking for him, but I never saw him. If I started searching maybe a month earlier, I may have found him. Should probably move on to the next comic shop now. I see someone else is here. Fortunately, my audio has been messed up, it seems, today. Probably something to do with the wired headset. And now the second person's gone. Okay. I see how it is. Dang it. I don't know how to fix it, is the thing, so... Something tells me this stream's not going to get much viewership after this either. Because people will just hear messy audio and just leave. Despite the fact that what I'm doing, like, sure, it's not the most entertaining thing, but it's part of an interesting project. Who makes end bases? Nobody. Not many people, anyway. It is kind of funny. It's like, I'm trying to think what the percentage of people who make end bases would be. Probably like less than 1%. Because the funny thing about the end is, barely even 10% of Minecraft players even get to it in the first place, because there's not much of a reason to go there. It's also something that people would only really know about if they look it up. It's not like, it's like now it's like, oh, you could probably figure out that the Nether exists because there's like those abandoned portals and stuff now. But the end, like, sure, if you somehow decide to craft an ender eye and throw it, you might wonder, oh, where is this leading me? I'll make more. But most people probably would never even make that. They'd probably make it just to make a, like, if they don't know about the end, they would just make an ender eye to make an ender chest, and that's it. Sure, I doubt there's that many people who play Minecraft that have never watched a Minecraft playthrough, but it's kind of funny to think about. Okay, good. I thought I made another hole for a second. So the end is very much still a pseudo mystery, I guess, if you're someone who's never watched a video on Minecraft before. So it's pretty interesting. How much more of this do I have to go? Okay, I'm about 3/4 the way through this segment. Then I still need to fill in the bottom of this one, which shouldn't take too long, really, and then do this, which shouldn't take as long as this. But I still need to fill in the grass before I do this. Okay, so let's check through those comic shop photos again. I guess it also, well, now it's 5, so people would be watching YouTube now. How long have I been streaming? About an hour 48 minutes now. Anything left to talk about that I saw? Like, there's just so much stuff. What box is that? It's probably just Transformers Universe now that I look at it. I wonder what that was for. Oh yeah, they had the that Rise of the Beast Clear Blue Mirage that came out in Japan a few years ago. They had that, like, behind the counter. They had a ton of stuff behind the counter. They had a ton of stuff in glass cases. They had some bagged figures like Revenge of the Fallen Brawn and Allspark Power. I always forget his name. What's his name? It's not Armorhide. That's his repaint. Why do I forget his name? I'll look it up. He's a really cool figure. What's his name? I wonder if I can just, if I look up just Allspark Power and then scroll down, will I eventually find an image of him? Yeah, I did. Landmine, that's right. They had Allspark Power Landmine in one of the bags. He was like super squished in there, so like his head was off and it's like rolled up in a ball almost. So, like I couldn't tell if he had his gun and stuff like that. But and also I recently got Commodore, which was his final, or Commodore, I don't know, Commettor, from Dark of the Moon. Surprisingly, he's one of the few figures I think from the original line that got used in all three toy lines. And all of his figures are pretty neat, or all of the uses of the mold. I got Commodore recently, so like I don't really need the other two uses of the mold. Also, out of the three, he's probably my least favorite use of it. It's just kind of funny though. I think they're both like $25 to get those bagged figures. They even had some other rarer stuff in those bags too, from what I remember. They had Orion packs from one of the, I think it was either an SDCC set from like Legacy, based off the Studio Series Cup mold. They had the Orion packs from that. Same set that came with the Alpha Trion from Scourge, but I don't remember if they had that figure. They may have. I don't remember though. I think I've gone over pretty much. They had Machine Wars Optimus Prime. There's just so much stuff. I actually plan on going back to these two places again in a few days, because I only bought one thing there out of all that stuff, and it was like it's a figure I've wanted for a long time, but it's like I could have gotten some cooler stuff too. Oh yeah, that's right. I wanted to talk about that and that and that too. Okay. One cool, they had a bunch of like carded and box stuff too. One cool one was Beast Wars Walmart Special Edition Transmetals Tripredix Agent, which was a repaint of Transmetal 2 Cheetor as like a version of Ravage, which was the only Beast Wars Ravage we got in the States for a very long time. I think he later appeared in this form in the IDW Beast Wars comic. Or was the Dreamwave one? I don't think the Dreamwave one came out. So I think maybe like an issue of it came out and then they went out of business. And then either IDW started their own Beast Wars comic, or they continued where they released what Dreamwave was working on and added more issues to it. They also had Netflix Bumblebee and Scrapface, which were two Netflix figures I never saw back in the day. Back in the day, it's like, I guess it was like 5-6 years ago. Yeah, I never saw either of those. Bumblebee was 40, Scrapface was 45. It's kind of funny to think like how like that Bumblebee used to be stupid expensive, but now it's like, oh, we have SS86 Bumblebee. It wasn't even that expensive that long ago. Like, and now we have Devastation Bumblebee coming out as well. I'm just like, I still like the Netflix one though. I got the 86 one for like $5 at Walmart on clearance last year, so I don't need a Bumblebee. They had some cool Lego sets. Which version is this? Like they had a bunch of the old Jurassic World Lego sets from back in 2015. They had the Indominus Breakout. They had a bunch of other ones, though I didn't take pictures of them. They also had the 2013 Star Wars Jabba's Sail Barge, which was cool. For, looks like, $360 or something. They had They had a few sideshow collectibles, like diorama and statues. They had some busts of Star Wars characters. I think my favorite one probably being either Neo, the 212th Clone Trooper, or the Imperial Super Commando, which is like concept art Boba Fett. Yeah, Neo was $80. I didn't really get a great photo of those. Oh yeah, they had I remember they had Generation Selects Hotshot, which is the repaint with a new head of Siege Hound. I thought that was cool. I really like that look for Hotshot. I think he was still expensive though. That figure is surprisingly expensive. I guess Unicron Trilogy fans are... We've gotten a lot of Unicron Trilogy stuff recently. In fact, actually, in the photo I'm looking at right now, there's also Cybertron Defense Hotshot in the very bottom of this photo, which is what that figure was based on, which is pretty funny. I think I'm also seeing, now I think about it, yeah, I'm looking at this photo and I see next to like Armada Blur, or is that Cybertron Blur? Blue with a red stripe. I think that might be Cybertron Blur. Is Alternator's Grimlock, I think. That's what it looks like to me for 48. I wouldn't mind getting that. I know he's notoriously like a terrible figure to transform, but I always thought the concept of a Grimlock who transforms into a vehicle was so weird to me, but I always thought it looked cool. So, who knows, I might consider getting that. Like, some of the things I'm considering getting when I go back in a week or so are Loud Pedal, which I never finished talking about that either now that I think about it. Maybe Siege Astro Train, and then something else at the other comic shop I saw, but I don't know if I'll get all these things. I don't know what my budget is. The thing is, when I was there, my mom pretty much said, well, you can pretty much get anything. Because, and the reason for that was, one, my mom has a ton of money because her father died, unfortunately, and she got a lot of inheritance or whatever. And she's been using it, which I'm just like, I don't know if you should be using it like this. But another thing, speaking of using it for a lot of things, I'm just like, maybe you shouldn't be using it for this. She paid off my sister's car recently, I think, and then she recently bought my brother a new car. So I'm like, and she was like, yeah, in comparison to those, this isn't anything. So I'm like, okay, yeah, that's fair. And not even like just a slightly better car that he had before. It's like he bought like a flipping, she bought him a sports car. So I'm like, yeah, getting these figures is nothing, I guess, in comparison to that. This is like, even if I get like all these different things, it's probably not even like a tenth of how much that cost. So I thought that was funny. Now I think about it, the only thing is, it's just like, another reason I passed on so many things was just, do I have space for this is the question. As I said, I have a plan for getting a new shelf and what that shelf might have on it, but I'm just like, I don't know. Oh yeah, another thing in this photo is Beast Machine's motorcycle drone. Was this sticker for this? I think so. $25 for that. I always liked how that figure looked. I don't know, there was so much stuff in there. Bucks, which isn't too bad, but now that I have Stealth Bat from Transformers/G.I. Joe Collectors Club, which is the same mold, I don't know if I really want that figure. I still kind of do, but I don't know. What are some other things? Some Masterpiece cassettes. They had like a Soundwave and Blaster shelf. Oh yeah, they had, I remember they had $50. I'm just like, I really want to get a Siege Soundwave since my Legacy reissue of it has been yellowing which was something I was kind of aware that was probably likely to happen to it. But I still got it anyway off of Amazon, and now I'm like, I wish I didn't, because I knew that I should have just gotten the Siege one instead, because even though it has the battle damage on it, I don't think it would yellow like this one would, and it did. Like, it has yellowed knees now. And like the struts and stuff on it are yellowed too, so it's like, okay, that's not good. It's not a big deal yet, but I'm just like, I should probably replace that. Power core combiners. That's either, I think that's Studio Series Blackout. Looks like a third-party Volcanicus figure. What's this figure? Oh. Okay, they had a boxed, I think that's a Runabout for 120. They still need to reissue that guy. They reissued Runabout recently. They had a, I forget what, I think JavCon 2000, which is a convention in Japan. Convoy Black version, which was a G1 Optimus Prime in black with Autobot logos and stuff. He didn't have his trailer. It looked like he may have been missing a hand and his gun for like $80. I'm just like, that's a cool looking figure, but I don't have a G1 Optimus, but I'd rather spend $80 on something else. They had a G1 Punch Counterpunch with both of his guns for $90, which I thought was cool, but I already have G1 Punch Counterpunch, so I don't need that. I should probably take better pictures next time. I'll move on to the next comic shop now, I think. Oh yeah, they had that gigantic Marvel Legends Deadpool that they released a few years ago. Like, it's regular Marvel Legends Deadpool, but he's like twice the size. He's like 12 inches instead of 6 inch. For, I think it was $50, 50 something dollars. My daily reminder by PlayStation to buy a PS5. It's like, it's happening on PS5. You want to join us? Yeah, there's a sideshow collectible statue of the fall of the Empire, which is a stormtrooper getting brutally murdered by Ewoks. Like getting stabbed in the chest. There's one on his back with a knife, and there's one attacking his legs. It's kind of funny, but also disturbing. It's like, I wouldn't be surprised if they made that before Disney bought Star Wars. Hey, I remember a bunch of other things. Like, I think they had like a, oh god. I knew it. Dang it. This is why I need to wear feather falling boots. Guess I'll make another helmet. I have like 5 or 6 different golden helmets just laying around in the end because I keep making new ones to travel there when I die. Did that parrot just get caught on fire by these lava pools? I guess it has happened a few times. Oh yeah, there's a pigman in here. Where is he? I know he's in one of these. You probably just can't see him. He's probably in there. I used to gather lava from those two pools. Those used to be like filled to the brim. And then I gathered it from... There's one over there in the jungle too. Yeah, I didn't place anything. It just naturally was there, and then I was like, oh, I'll place another portal here because it looks cool. To Stronghold. So now, after probably talking about this comic shop for an hour, I'll go to the next one, which I also saw some cool stuff at. They had a cool mural in the front. They had some of the new Transformers figures. They had Brawl, they had Amalgamus Prime, and they had Alpha Trion, and Big Convoy, but I'd already seen him before. Okay, I was getting scared by the sound effects because I was looking at my phone, not... I was like, I hope I didn't just hit them. These guys... Why am I still hearing them? They had the Black Series, like, Royal Guard 4-pack. So they're like the Senate Guard, the Royal Guard, the Shadow Guard, and the Praetorian Guard. That came out with GameStop back in like 2017. I thought it was really cool. It was like the first Force Unleashed figure in Black Series, the Shadow Guard. They had in like one of their anime shelves, they had Robot Spirits for anime GPO1. How much was this? 65 bucks? Not too bad. I don't know which release this is. This might be the original release, might not be. And they had the Assault Kingdom SDCC 2013, I'm guessing, because that's a copyright on the figure. EX01 Kshatriya. Is that a new comment? Hello. I don't know if the audio is messed up. It's been using a wired headset, so... And it's an older headset now, so the audio might not be too great. It was fine last stream, which I streamed only 9 days ago, but it's not like this headset's moved much since then. But like, even when he said it was messed up, I'm like, it doesn't sound terrible. Like, sure, it's a little glitchy in places sometimes, but I'm working on my end project, as you can see by the thumbnail, or the title. I fell and died, so I didn't lose my stuff, I just fell and died, so I'm coming back. So I guess you get to kind of see the end base, which is funny. I really need to wear feather falling boots, because that would prevent me from continuously dying over and over again like this. It's probably happened to me like 8 times now. You can see there's a map of the end island. I'd probably get some watermelons. It's fine if I don't go over there just yet. It's not going to despawn that stuff if it's not rendered in. Are you saying that because it's an impressive map? Like, I read it like a minute ago, but I was just like, how do I respond to this message? This is my solo survival world. I've been working on this particular portion of it for about 4 or 5 months now. Without beacons, without that many enchanted tools. And I rarely leave the end. I only really leave to get like dirt and stuff. Like all this cobblestone is from cobblestone generator. All this wood is grown from trees that I brought with me, which you can see down there. There's an animal pen down there. In fact, I'll go this way. I'm not going to do a whole tour because I've done a tour for the last like 5 streams. I have plans for, like, you can see here. Pretty much I get enough XP from just burning cobblestone to make stone. I can get like, for like 20 furnaces, I can get like 10 levels per 10 stacks. Or 20 stacks. Oh yeah, the to-do list. I do have written on the to-do list an Enderman farm. Yeah, I brought animals in the end from the overworld. So I have an enchantment room completed, secondary island work in progress, which is over there. Lava farm completed, tree house, transportation system completed, farm surveillance room, which you just saw, Enderman farm, question mark, because I'm still not sure if I want to do it, but I probably will at some point. Armadillo XP farm. I don't think I could do that in the end. So some different ideas. I feel like an Enderman farm would be 1,000 times easier to do, but I've never made one, and I just haven't gotten around to it yet because I'd rather work on my big build projects. Okay. So where did I fall? Probably fell over there. So here's a map of the secondary island that I've been constructing for the last 3 months or so. Where is my stuff? Should be reaching it any second. There's all my stuff. Do I even have space to pick all this up? No, I don't. Well, actually I do if I just put the armor on. There we go. I'm currently terraforming this by adding height variation, as you can see. I just fell and died because I made a hole and didn't notice it because I was looking at my phone. I have netherite armor in an ender chest, but it's my second set of netherite armor because the first set I lost to the void. And it was a good netherite too. Like, it had like all the enchantments you'd want on it. Plus a turtle shell helmet with good enchantments too. Where's the stone? I thought I had stone on me as well. Huh. Oh wait, there it is. There we go. Jesus, I'm breaking 3 is getting a little low now. All of these golden helmets are from when I've died. I make a new one every time I die and come back to the end, so you can see how many times I've fallen. That's not even all of them. You need to watch your step when you're working on something like this. It's like the main reason I'm not using like my good armor is like just in case if I ever somehow fall in the void, I don't want to lose it. So iron's enough. Though I was talking about how I should probably use my I should probably make a new set of non-netherite feather falling boots so I stop dying that way. Are you asking why I was looking at my phone or why something else? Have I ever played on a server? Not, like, yeah, I guess. Like, I've played on Bedrock servers, like, I played, like, Prop Hunt on Mineplex once or twice. Does Mineplex even still exist? I don't know if it does. But my Microsoft account signed out a long time ago, and I haven't bothered to log in again. One funny thing is, like it tells me about like, oh, like here's how you get this cape we're coming out with. But I'm like, do you need to be logged in while doing what it tells you to do to get it, or do you just get it? And I did that for the copper stuff. Like basically all I had to do to get the copper cape was place like a ton of copper golems in Bedrock Minecraft. Didn't matter if it was survival or creative. And I went into creative world and placed like 100 or something of them, and it's just like, I guess we'll see what happens. Then fast forward later, like months later, and I check my thing and I realized, oh wait, I do have the copper cape, so they gave it to me even though I wasn't logged in. It's like, I guess I didn't have to be logged in to get that. I thought I had to be, but I guess not. Another funny thing is like, oh, log in to get the the generic cape or whatever, like the grass block cape. And I'm like, you already gave it to me. So I'm just like, does it mean log in once? Or do you need to be logged in? Because I'm like, I've logged in before, and it can tell I've logged in before, but I'm not logged in now, but it still gives me the cape anyway. So it's kind of weird, I don't know. I kind of wish I did the requirements for the zombie horse cape now, because I probably could have got it. I haven't even crafted a spear yet, and there was only like 3 days for you to craft the spear. Like, it was like the first 3 days of the spear being in the game. If you crafted the spear and killed like 5 mobs or something with it, you would then, oh god, not again. Okay. That was close. Like, I guess I don't die if I have full health, but if I have like one heart less, I die from that fall. And that's what happened earlier. That's what happened just before you got here. God dang it. Okay. At least I didn't die this time. So, yeah, I was talking about, like, I probably should get feather falling boots. Like, I have feather falling boots in my ender chest, but that's for my netherite gear. And I'm just like, I should probably make another set of feather falling boots. Because I don't really want to use those ones. Because I want to save those for, like, when I fight the Wither or something. I still haven't done that. I still haven't even gone out to the Outer End Islands to get a... Well, I've got out to the Outer End Islands, but I've not gone to an end city yet. So I don't even have an elytra. Plug that. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to completing this segment. So what I plan on doing today, I've been streaming for probably like over 2 hours now. 2 hours and 22 minutes. We'll be completing segment 2 and then either doing just the preparations for segment 3 or also completing segment 3. Kinda. But that's why it's nice when people show up, so I at least have someone to talk to. I really just do this because it's like, I work on this world because I have nothing else to do. So... it gives me something to do. So even this is like, kind of a boring thing to do. It's like, at least I know it leads somewhere. We're doing it for a good reason. That's why I was like, even with the mic audio issue I was having earlier, it's like, and it might still be happening, I don't know. Because I've checked it multiple times, it's just like, I don't want to hear myself repeating over and over again in an endless loop. Because the mic picks up me listening to it, and then it repeats me hearing it over and over again, which is just funny. It's Inception. Let's see, there we go. I didn't see any message there. Oh. On 3 hours sleep, you should probably go to bed, dude. Let's see. It's 4:46 a.m. for you. Okay. I'm trying to think where in the world that is. Oops, there's another hole. Good thing I caught that. Because I'm currently in US Eastern Time, so it is 6:17 p.m. for me. So trying to think. It's either Europe, Australia. I just said my time zone. US East Coast, which is pretty sure most of the US population is. So that doesn't really narrow it down, nor would I want it to, because I'm not going to say specifics. Let's see here. So if it's 4 a.m., that's probably ahead, not behind. So that would be... that's 10 hours ahead of me. Where would it be 10 hours ahead? That's definitely either Australia or Asia, I think. Because it's already the next day for you. Well, not literally. Like, it's not like it's traveling through time. But number-wise, calendar-wise, you're technically a day ahead of me. Probably. Yeah. Asia. Okay. So for you, it's already the 21st. Yeah, if you have to go to college, why are you up at this time? If you want to do well in school, you probably need your sleep. Not that it's not bad to have someone to talk to, but you probably need to do that. You do you, I guess. I wouldn't recommend doing that, but hope you enjoyed your weekend, because that's probably not going to mean you're going to have a good week if you're going to have a sleep schedule like that. Okay, so close. Just this little bit left, and then I can start filling this in. Like, what's the recommended hours of sleep? Like 8? I'd say at least 6 hours minimum, but probably 8's better. Like, I don't know, I don't have a good sleep schedule either, but at least, like, I currently don't have a reason to have a good one, so I guess they did leave at 3, so it's only, they've been gone for only about like 3 hours. Will I be able to? Yeah, I might. Your sleep schedule? Monday I slept till 2 p.m. You went to bed at 2 a.m.? Or no, 2. Oh, jeez. Speaking of which, I was wondering when they'd come back. Okay, so I finished breaking the stone, so now I can place all this dirt. I am of college age, I just haven't gone to college yet. But that's probably going to happen this year, so. College, university, they're the same thing. Okay, so now that I've broken all that down, I can now start placing the dirt, and after that, I will place all the stone under that section, and then break that over there. I don't know if I have time to do that today. I might have to do another one. Nope. I've been out of high school for a few years. I know it's not good or anything. It's just like, I'm a middle child, so I haven't gotten that much attention the last few years, so I've just been at home. So the grass blocks still being there will mean that it will spread down. Eventually, I will break those down. I'll probably just place the torches underneath these and then break those. What am I building right now? Well, I'm adding lower layers to this island I've built in the end, and then eventually I will build things on top of this, like structures. I don't know what I want to build yet, which is kind of a funny issue. Like, I've built all this with only a vague idea of what I want to build on top of this, but I'm like, I don't know really what to do. It's like, oh, I might bring villagers here, might make a village, make like a city kind of thing. A bunch of other random stuff, I don't know. I'll get there when I get there, I guess. Did I just... Must be just seeing things. I swear I saw something weird for a second there. Not the best answer for what I'm building because I myself don't know exactly. Like, I know what I'm doing right now, but I don't know where this will lead entirely. It's just something for me to do. Well, I'm not logged in right now, so I can't go onto a server at the moment. I'm not logged into the Microsoft account right now. So this world that I'm in right now, I've been working on as a whole for the last over a year and a half. Oh god, it sounds like the mic might be messing up again because I'm hearing absence of sound effects occasionally. It sounds like it might be skipping. Like, it's kind of funny, like someone asked me in a previous stream, it's like, how many Minecraft days have gone by in this world? And I'm like, I've never really checked. And then I checked and it was like, I think like 4,000 or something, and I'm like, how much time is that? Oh god, I can hear the microphone messing up. Might also... Jesus. Like, I can hear, I can tell it's messing up because the audio cuts out on my end. Like, not my voice audio, though I'm sure it does. It's like the actual game audio coming from the headset cuts out for a second, which isn't good. One day is 20 minutes, so like, okay, so times that by 4,000, I guess. However many, it's definitely multiple days. That might be full weeks of time. I don't know, I try not to think about it. Just me by myself, working on stuff. Jesus, 300 hours. I don't even know if that's the correct number. Probably know it might be even 6,000, but something ridiculous. I don't... Something around that range. I'm not gonna check it again. And that was like a month ago, so it's probably been more. You don't really know the passage of time when you're working on something in the end because there's no day-night cycle. Every moment is the same, so kind of lose track of how long things take. Especially when everything's lit up, it's like there's nothing spawning to distract. Yeah, it's like, I can't sleep in the end, obviously, I'll die, so... It's like every time I die in the end, I get sent back. Yeah, when you're in the end, time still passes like it does normally. So it's like, how many Minecraft days have passed? You can't tell. That's stone. One funny thing. Funny quirk of the end in Bedrock edition specifically. Let's see if I can. Where are they? Not spotting them yet. There's one. You can see there's a glow squid over there. I didn't painstakingly transport them into the end. If you have water at a certain height level with a roof over it, just like in the overworld, they spawn in the end. I'm guessing a programmer didn't specify that those conditions needed to be met in the overworld specifically. Yeah, I filled all this water. This whole platform is artificial. I made it myself. It's all hollow. I have like 18 name tagged glow squids in here, and more occasionally spawn under the bridge. All their names are squid related puns. So besides for completing that bit, filling that in, then completing that bit there, the other thing I wanted to do today, though I might run out of time, is make a pathway down to the beach there. I might save that for the next stream. And eventually put like decorations and stuff on there. Like docks and other stuff. See, I can continue going down. There we go. Yeah, you can see there's some that spawned under the bridge. I have this fence on both ends because these guys, if they get too close, will beach themselves and die. And I don't want them to die because I don't know why they would ever fix this bug, because you will literally never see this happen unless you go out of your way to make it happen. But if they ever do, then I won't be able to get any more of them, so I don't want them to die. Speaking of which, what the heck is going on with that one? What is going on with this one? I think he's in the process of beaching himself. Yeah, he just did. You can see, so all the ones that are in here are the named ones who sometimes, yeah, I can see blooper, so like the Mario enemy. That one, speaking of which, Speak Up the Devil just beached himself. And died. So, yeah. It's kind of funny when sometimes I talk about something and it happens. It doesn't happen all the time. Like, I think last stream I talked about how in the Nether, if you have a 2x1, like hallway, so like 1 block deep, 2 block high hallway to walk around in and stuff. If a hoglin spawns in there, they won't know what to do, and then you just walk by them. Like their AI like breaks, they just stand there, and then you just walk by them and they get stuck and suffocate in the wall. It's like you don't even have to deal with them. They just die when you walk by them, which is kind of funny. And I talked about it, and then like a few minutes later it happened, and I thought that was funny. So these lower sections I kept a decent size so I could still use them for building purposes. Let's see. So that final section isn't that large, but you could probably at least fit 1 or 2 builds on there, which is fine. It's kind of funny. I think it's like, yeah, this is why I make the 8x speed videos, because doing this live takes like hours. Sure, I could, even the video I made of when I worked on that section at 8x sped up footage. Okay, my brother just came out here to mess with the router, because apparently the internet's bad, which, I don't know, it gave me a warning about like internet not being good enough to broadcast, yet it never stopped the broadcast. So I'm like, I think that's a lie, plus I was the only one home. Anyway, I guess we'll see what happens. Hopefully I can finish filling this in before the internet dies. I don't even know why I have this on my hotbar right now. I don't need it. So hopefully I can finish filling this in, and then at least completing the preparations for the 3rd segment. Brush and have breakfast? Okay, I guess you're getting ready for school at 4 or 5 a.m. Okay. Goodbye. Hope you have a good day. If you can, waking up that early. Nice meeting you too. Internet traveler. I don't know. Why did I say that? It's like, I guess that is what you are. Random people passing through. That was nice. I don't know if he's still here. I can't tell. Like, the confusing thing about looking at a stream, like your own stream, is like, I see the one person there, but I'm like, can this thing tell that I'm the person watching, or is that telling me that there's someone else? I don't really know sometimes. So, it's kind of confusing. Alright, I should probably not place dirt here. That's where gravel's gonna go. That's right. Okay. That was interesting. That was an intriguing conversation. There we go. Yeah, it's not just the headset, but my controller is feeling a little weird now too. I've been using this same white PS4 controller consistently for the last year or so. Usually I swap out between two different ones. But, for the last year, one. Whoa. Okay. It's like, come on. Yeah, that's not good. So that can also affect microphone quality. If your sticks are having like tilt or drift, I think is actually the correct term, then that can also affect the quality of a microphone that's plugged into that controller. So that's another thing to add to the issues this stream has had today. Great. Okay. So yeah, I've been meaning to get a new one, but now it's like it seems like even this one's messing up a little bit now. So I should probably maybe get two. The only problem is that this late in the game for the PS4, it's a little difficult to get new ones. Not really, they still make them, but they only make like a handful of colors, and they're all ones I think I've had before. All of my previous PS4 controllers were different. Like I obviously had the black one I got with the console. Then I had the white camo one. Then I got the blue one to replace the black one later. Then I got the green camo one and the white one. How many is that? Black, white camo, blue, green camo, white. That's 5 so far. Oh yeah, maybe I may have had a gold one. Maybe. So if I did, then that's 6, which would make sense because I have like pairs of 2. So, but I feel like, what am I doing? I was just saying I was getting rid of these. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, this is really getting bad. It's not like I could swap it out because it'd probably be worse. So, I guess said that a lot. Forever. Why is it so bad today? I guess this thing's constant use over the last year is now catching up with it. Today specifically. It wasn't this bad yesterday. It was perfectly fine yesterday. The struggle of still playing on a out-of-date console. Like, let's see, if I go to GameStop.com, I don't want notifications. I haven't logged on. Do they even still sell these? I know Walmart does. Why am I typing GameStop on GameStop's website? PS4 controller. Are these even official ones? Like, there's a clear blue one. It has Sony on it, but I don't know if that's a real one though. Something tells me they aren't. Those are all super fancy ones. Huh. Bunch of pre-owned ones as well. Looks like this could be the Battlefront ones. Yeah. That's neat. They're still expensive even after all this time. Maybe Walmart would be a better. PS4 controller thing. Tons of black ones, white ones, green camo, blue. It's pretty much it for brand new copies. Pretty much. So if I wanted to get ones that were different than the ones I've had before, I'd have to get brand new, like pre-owned copies. I remember I saw like a silver one before. I'm like, oh, that looked cool. I still have all my old PS4 controllers I don't use anymore. I don't know why I'm keeping them. It's not like I can really use them, but it's just like, they are cool to have. So whenever I stop using the PS4 and switch to whatever I get next. Probably the PS5, though at this point it might be better just to wait for a PS6 to come out. It's kind of funny to think, like, yeah, the PS5 came out like 5-6 years ago. It's weird. It really has been that long. Like, the PlayStation 4's lifespan was only 7 years, so from 2013 to 2020 until it got replaced by a new system. Sure, they still support it, but like, as the main console for PlayStation, it had a 7-year run, which is pretty standard. The PS5 has already had 6 years, so it's like at this point, the PS6 is probably gonna come out next year. I can hear the audio messing up. Wasn't acting up that much until he left. Jeez. Might as well stream the rest of this without this plugged in. I don't want to do that though. I never even talked about the other comic shop. Jeez, every time I do something, it messes up. Like, it's really bad now. That's terrible. Oh well, I guess I know what I'm getting soon. Another headset and maybe another controller. Because this is not good. Oh yeah, there's gravel. Probably need more though. Don't I have more somewhere? Jesus! Well, I don't know, maybe I don't want to jump the shark, like, or jump the gun. Am I using jump the shark correctly, or is that for some other context? I think jumping the shark is for, like, something ridiculous, so maybe that's better to use jump the gun. Yeah, I need a lot more gravel. Where's the gravel? I think where did I put it? I really hope I don't... Like, obviously I had enough to cover this whole thing, since this is literally just me replacing it. Well, I say that, but whenever I had to break it, some of it turned into flint, which is annoying, so... Dirt. Hobble. Nope, plenty of gravel. There we go. I'll put that here. It's really bad right now. Let's unplug this. Get back. Yeah, what I was saying before is it's like I might just be acting bad today. I should probably do another stream to see how bad it is then, to then see if I need, because it's like I probably shouldn't get a new headset and a new controller just yet, just off of one bad stream. Even though this isn't a good sign at all, but I need to test it more to see if it's bad next time. Or if the controller is acting up in other games I play later off camera. Like, I'd hate to play GBO 2 with a controller messed up like this. Huh. I wonder what part of Asia he was from. His written English was good. It's even a he, I don't know, probably though. Okay. I guess I can talk about the other comic shop now. I should need to charge the phone. What have I eaten today? So the problem with doing streams is it takes time for me being able to eat things. So I guess I'll talk about the other stream, because there are other. So I talked about the Kshatriya just when he showed up. So the Assault Kingdom EX, so probably like extra like large, 01. Neo Xeon or NZ 666 Kshatriya. Released in 2013. At least that's going off the copyright at San Diego Comic-Con. I was about to say New York. They had it for $90, which is pretty neat. What was this item? Like a Mewtwo, like a Mewtwo Y action figure. Had a figure from Robotech. SH Arts Doctor Strange from Multiverse of Madness. Bucky from the Falcon and Winter Soldier. Other SH figures and stuff. They had a Joyride Halo 2 Master Chief shotgun. Yeah, that's a shotgun. They had some cool Star Wars figures. They had Shadows of the Dark Side, Clone Commander Colt, or Red Leader Arc Trooper, as his trading card, Galactic Battle Game card says. Speaking of eating, my brother just got some cookies and maybe some food from the fridge. Not cookies from the fridge. He got food from the fridge and cookies from the pantry. Yeah, I was talking about the Star Wars figures, that's right. So they had Clone Wars Commander Colt carded for 130. They had a carded example of Phase 2 Cody from Clone Wars as well for 60. They had the Riot Control Clone Trooper carded for 100, which was pretty cool. Weirdly, they had a 3 1/4 Black Series Darth Vader carded for 74. I don't know if he's worth that much. And they had a carded Clone Wars Pre-Vizsla for 60, which isn't actually too bad, probably, for that. I don't really know, though. A bunch of other stuff. They had a Legacy Collection Evolutions Darth Nihilus for 60, which is cool. They had some form of Mara Jade. They had, I think, Comic Pack Grand Admiral Thrawn for 150, which I'm just like, I don't know if he's worth that much. We've had so many Grand Admiral Thrawns in 3 3/4 since then. They had a Clone Wars Commando Droid for 30, a Bounty Hunter Clone Wars Commando Droid for 40, and they had, which is really cool to me, they had the Firefighter Battle Droid, though he didn't have any of his accessories. It was just the figure without the hose, without the backpack. But it was cool to see one in person for the first time for 40. I remember finding one of those, I think, carded on Amazon for whatever reason a few years ago. I was like, oh, that's a really cool rare figure. One of the rarer figures from the 2009 line of the Clone Wars. For about 40-ish carded. But I was just like, never mind. It's like, do I want it? Do I not? Like, I was thinking about it. But I was just like, I don't really have that many droid figures. So even though I thought it was funny, like I always thought that was an interesting figure, an interesting droid type, I decided to pass on it. But it was cool to see one in person. Even if it wasn't in good condition. Oh yeah, so now, as I said, they had a Transmetal Tigatron, which was interesting to see. They had the RID, I don't know what they call these figures, but the repaints of G2, Road Rocket, and Road Pig, they had that sealed for 50 for the two of them, which I thought was neat. Guess you could say they had one more BotCon thing. They had one of the weird random transformable figure sets from current day BotCon. Like they get random third-party companies that make weird Transformers toys to make like box sets of random stuff. They had one of those. They had a Transformers animated 2-pack of Purple Shockwave and Activator's Bumblebee. I think I saw a lot of animated Transformers stuff last year, surprisingly. Before that, I hadn't seen that much, but last year I saw a ton. One of the ones that I saw last time I went to the comic shop in the other city, not like that I usually go to, I think they had animated Shockwave, which is always like the gray version, the original release. And I always thought that was a cool figure, but I didn't get him. I didn't even see how much he was worth. If he's still there the next time I go, I wouldn't mind getting him. How much was this set? 260 or something for these weird figures? Some other cool stuff I saw, they had Missing Link Sentinel Prime, which is the yellow and blue repaint of Missing Link Convoy, which I thought was pretty neat. They also had the US Masterpiece hot rod in the background for $250. What's cool about that figure is he came with the Target Master. The regular Japanese Masterpiece hot rod didn't have that, so it's kind of neat when they would do extra cool stuff for the US releases of, like the Hasbro releases of Masterpiece stuff. Back when Hasbro did that, they don't really do that much anymore. Sure, it's because it's like the only store that would ever stock like Hasbro released Masterpiece figures, not the regular Masterpieces or the movie Masterpiece ones instead. Out of the Target ones. With this weird kibble that looked like cat ears. But that wasn't any different from the Japanese release. Like some other cool examples would be like obviously the special repaints like Acid Storm, Sunstorm, stuff like that. In fact, I think they even maybe did Thundercracker as like a Hasbro Masterpiece figure before Takara did. And it's funny, like they released those three I think before they even released Starscream in the US as like in the Hasbro version of the Masterpiece line. That was kind of funny. And then one of the figures I've always wanted to get is Masterpiece Soundwave, which, speaking of which, they had Robot Paradise Acoustic Wave as well. I spotted that in the photo. I was like, oh yeah, they had that. Which is like, I don't know if it's currently the best third-party Masterpiece style Soundwave, but it's one of the best ones if it isn't anymore. I remember it was a few years ago. But they had that. They had Generation Selects God Neptune, which is the Beast Wars 2nd Seacons, the pirate Seacons. They had those for 200, or yeah, 200. They had HasLab Unicron. The box for that was on the floor, but I imagine, but there was one loose on top of the glass case, and I imagine those are just the same one. I doubt they would have two. I saw a cool G.I. Joe Valor vs. Venom Operation Crimson Sabotage, which was two Crimson Guard figures with a Crimson Guard, his tank, and is it an ASP? Like ASP? Like a... Is that what they call it? I forget. It's like a gun pod that's towed by the his tank. So that was pretty cool. Underneath that was the 25th Cobra Rattler, and next to those was Masterpiece Crosscut, Burnout, Reboost, and Cordon, which is the white Sunstreaker. Well, the other ones are the Skids molds. So it's cool to see those. Then next to the Rattler, so one of the, for chat in the background of this photo was Acoustic Wave, was a loose copy of Chosen Prime / or Cross Fans Hobby TFCon Orlando 2023 exclusive Marksman, which is their version of Talon from Euro G1. Talon is, it's funny, I'm streaming this with the headphone that has the microphone on it off my ear with the other one on my ear, which is kind of funny. So like the microphone's a little more forward, so I can listen to so I can easily hear things going on around me outside the game. Anyway, Talon is like one of my favorite aesthetically of any of the Euro G1 toys. In fact, I like to draw sometimes, especially when I was in high school, when I had downtime, which I had a lot because I would usually complete my work ahead of time because I just knew the subject. I have a sketchbook, and he was the first one I drew. I drew him. Every drawing in the sketchbook, pretty much every drawing I've ever done, that I ever did in high school, was drawn freehand. I never traced things, mostly because obviously I was looking at a phone, so I'm like, if I did it by tracing, the drawing would be tiny. So I'm like, obviously I basically freehand. I was just looking at the image and copying it to the best of my ability. So I'm just cross-referencing it. And yeah, when you compare the original image next to my drawing, like sometimes you can see imperfections and stuff, but in isolation it looks really... What the heck is this? Oh, I broke these. What? I guess I missed a spot. Okay. The pickaxe. And the mic is messing up. Now, are you not going to mess up? For at least another 5 minutes, please? But yeah, anyway, Talon was the first drawing in that book. I drew him late at night, probably around, I don't think I said what time I finished it. It was on March 18th, 2023, soon after I got that sketchbook. And, maybe like later in the week after I got the sketchbook. Well, yeah, I should probably grab some of these. And I remember sitting down on the couch at my mom's apartment at the time. The apartment she was evicted from last year. It's a nice little place. And well, looking at the image, which I don't remember if I was using a higher quality version. The only version of that image I can find now is a blurry image from Pinterest, which was a screenshot from DeviantArt. So I'm like, I don't, because it was fan art of Talon that I like drew freehand, like I copied freehand. But I was listening to Ronald McDonald Insanity, which is a... Is it based off a Toho song or something? It's basically a video from like 2007 of a bunch of clips from Japanese McDonald's commercials being combined together to the tune of a Japanese song. And it was one of the funniest things I remember watching at the time. Like, I'd heard of it before, I'm sure, but it was funny to finally like stumble upon it and just be like, this is fucking hilarious. And then people were coming out with new versions of it at the time. So I have written, that's what I was listening to when I was drawing that, and I probably spent like an hour working on it. I think it turned out pretty good. I think I might post that someday. Anyway, especially if I can find a better copy of the image I used as reference. But anyway, that loose copy of Marksman, I remember when they announced that particular figure. He was a remold of their version of Dreadwind, I believe, or Buster. I think they did the Master Force versions first, which we still haven't gotten in Generations, because it's really just, oh, swap the bluish colors for red. That's pretty much it. Let's see. Yeah, so I I remember seeing like a Transformers news video of them like revealing it's like, oh yeah, this is gonna be our exclusive for this convention. And I was just like, oh, I want that. I wish I like if I could get anything, I would get that because I love that character design. Sure, it's like I don't have any Masterpiece figures, but if I had to own a few, that would be one of them. They had him for loose complete. I don't know if he had his box, but he wasn't in his box at least. They had him loose complete for $200, which sounds like a lot, and it still is, but that's nothing in comparison to what he sells for online. Sure, I don't have much to go off of, but the last US sold listing was like $350 plus, and all the ones currently available from, I think, all from the same Chinese seller are like listed like 500, 600, and apparently one of those sold. So it's like, yeah, if I ever wanted to get him, I guess this is the best opportunity. So I don't know. As I said, it's like I probably have a pretty good budget whenever I go back there in a week or so, for the reasons I gave earlier. So I might be able to get that. In fact, my mom offered to get it, said we could get it if I wanted, but I decided to pass. But I'm like, I might not pass on it if it's still there. I only saw it like 2 days ago, so 3 days ago. They also had Wingman, which is pretty much his direct counterpart. Another Predator jet. It was a remold of Darkwing or Hydra, like Fans Hobby's version of that character. So you can actually combine those two to do a weird colored Dreadwing, I guess. You can combine those two in jet mode, which is kind of funny. And that was in box for $250. This comic shop also had one of the two Entertainment Earth, I forget what they called these sets. Oh yeah, like something like Republic Elite Forces, I believe. They did 2 sets of this, like this, on Entertainment Earth back in the day for the 30th anniversary of Star Wars. One of them was, each had 3 Mandalorian figures, 2 male Mandalorians and 1 female one. I think the female one is a completely new mold, and they just swapped parts around and stuff to make the 2 versions, and then repainted other random like Boba Fett or Jango Fett figures to make the 2 male Mandalorians in the sets. They're Mandalorian characters from the Republic Commando novels. And that's kind of what those sets were semi-themed around, at least one of them especially. Basically the Mandalorian trainers. In the old Republic Commando novels, clone commandos were, like, the first, like, the ARC troopers were trained by Jango Fett himself, but the clone commandos were trained by, like, fellow Mandalorian friends he had or something. So they brought them in under the pretense of, like they faked their deaths and stuff to come here. And he train the clone commandos, which is why, like, some commando squads have very Mandalorian-esque culture to them. Like, they embraced Mandalorian culture because of their trainers. But anyway, the set that was there was there's 2 sets. One had 3 Mandalorians and 4 black clone commandos, which are Omega Squad from the books. The other set, which is the one that I saw, had 3 Mandalorians, just like the other one, but different characters, and 2 Shadow ARC Troopers, which are really cool. I have one. I got one loose a while back. And 2, like, Mandalorian clone troopers, I guess, which are Phase 2 clone troopers, which is a little confusing because the ARC troopers are wearing Phase 1 armor, but whatever, because they didn't have Phase 2 ARC trooper designs yet at the time. And they have like J guys on their helmets and a Mythosaur skull on their chest. So pretty much made up clone troopers. It's only the Mandalorian characters that are really the big draw to that set, but at least the Shadow Arc troopers are kind of cool. I think they're really cool. But they had that set for 500. To be fair, those are probably better figures than the other set has. As cool as the Clone Commandos are, those original Clone Commando figures are not very good. They improved them in some ways with the Saga Collection versions, or the Legacy Collection versions. The original ones had like no, you couldn't move their legs. They were paralyzed from the waist down, and they didn't have much. They had like a waist swivel. They can move their arms a little bit and move their head, and that's about it. So they're not. They look good, but they're not really that great. Whereas the like Evolution Legacy Collection slash like Saga Collection or Shadow of the Dark Side versions are pretty much just like they took like the torso and up from those figures and then gave them new waist and legs, I think. So they can actually move their legs, which is nice. But that came with a downside. For whatever reason, they didn't make them fully compatible with all the attachments that the older Clone Commandos had. Like, you can't attach, like, the explosives or whatever to, like, the leg or other stuff like that. And also, when it comes to, like, the two different releases of the Delta Squad 4-pack, the better articulated one or the original release that's less articulated. The less articulated ones are better detailed than the later versions, even though the later versions are better figures. So it's pick your poison, I guess. Do you want good looking figure, like really nice detailed figures but not very posable, or do you want more posable figures but they don't look as good? It's your choice. Anyway, back on topic. Also at that comic shop, one cool thing I saw is Jurassic Park dinosaurs. I don't remember which year, either 2004 or 2005, Pteranodon. They had that for $250. Need to sneeze. It's cool to see that because I rarely ever see things like that. And they had the 2012 Phase 2 clone pilot and like mini dropship, Republic Attack dropship set for 100. I already got that set loose like 2 years ago, but it was cool to see it. If that was the Scuba Trooper set, I would have bought it probably, but it wasn't. Still looking to get one of those someday. There's one on eBay that's been like haunting me for like the last year for a loose one, pretty much really good condition for like a good price, but it's from Germany and it says this item doesn't ship to the US. So I'm like, why is it even on US eBay then? For all I know, it probably sold like a year ago on like German eBay or something, but it's still up on the US side. So that's kind of annoying. Okay, I need to get more dirt. How close are we to finishing this? Pretty close. It's kind of crazy to think it took me this long to tear down that stone and place this dirt. I haven't even done segment 3 yet. So I might at least finish the preparations for segment 3, but I don't know if I'll fill it in with dirt until the next stream, unfortunately. Because I'll definitely end the stream when my dad gets home. Whenever that is. Yeah, they had the Mondo Spider-Man mecha, the black suit Spider-Man, weird looking action figure for $175. Looks like some third party like rainmakers back there, looks like in the photo. They also had a non-modified Nova Prime for like 70, I think. How much was it? Where's the photo? Yeah, 80 bucks. They had Masterpiece, or MPG 11, which was Masterpiece DK2 Guard, which is weird. I saw a lot of a lot of interesting Masterpiece figures that day. They had 2 Armada Unicrons, one loose, one in box. I also saw a really cool Gundam kit. They had the Gundam the Origins Char Zaku 1. Not the MSO5S, his standard Zaku 1, which I thought was cool. I remember in the early days of like the GBO2 Reddit, or not Reddit, or like during the days when I was on the GBO2 community on PlayStation, I took a screenshot, I think I got it from there, maybe I got it from somewhere else, of the box art of that kit. It's a really cool kit. I love Chara's Zaku 1, it looks really cool. But it was like 50 bucks, I'm like, I don't know if I'd want to get that. To be fair though, they rarely ever reissue HG Origin kits anymore, which is unfortunate. It's like, I have 2 HG Origin kits. I have Sharazaku 2, like the Red Comet version, which was like the later release of it, and I have the Iron Cavalry Squadron Gun Cannon. Those are the only 2 HG Origin kits I have. Well, actually no, that's not true. I also have the P Bandai version of the GM Guard Custom, which they've reissued a few times. They've reissued the Origin P Bandai GMs a few times, or GMs, whatever you want to say. I like GM though. They've yet to reissue the Act Zaku, unfortunately, though. And then they just rarely ever reissue the regular Origin kits, which is a shame because it's like these are really good kits. I'd love to get the Origin Zaku 1, but at the same time it's like it doesn't have like Zaku 1 specific accessories, because that wasn't really a thing in the Origin. They just used Zaku 2 weapons. And it's not that different. Like, yeah, the torso's different, the head's different, the legs are different. But like otherwise it's not too different from his Zaku 2. So, and I already have that, so I don't know. Cool kit though. It's a nice box art as well. Like him pointing his gun. It's obviously like him destroying that shuttle that deployed. I think he was the one that destroyed the shuttle that deployed the Iron Cavalry Squadron. Well, the gun cannons were distracted fighting the Black Tri-Stars and Ramba Ral. He was there and picked that off. Okay, there we go. So now I need to place all the torches and get rid of these. Perfect. Just spread to the bottom. just when I needed it to. Was that it? Am I done finally talking about the comic shop? Pretty much. I guess I could talk about the cool, this is something I forgot to mention from the other comic shop. I found this cool, I think it was 30th anniversary Star Wars set. Not a Lego Star Wars set, but it was a cool, it was like Dagobah set with like Luke's like damaged X-Wing in the swamp with him and maybe Yoda. I thought that was a cool action figure set. I'd never seen it before. It was a really large, wide box because it was like the box was like a diorama back when they used to do stuff like that. It was really cool. The X-Wing had like new molding to have like vines and stuff on it. Oh yeah, and I think they also had at that first comic shop. So last year, I think it was last year, this third-party company came out with like this gigantic Metroplex. Like some ridiculous size. And I'm pretty sure that comic shop had it. Don't know why they bought that, but they did, or someone bought it and turned it into them. But it's like the size of a toddler. More than even like, or even a small child. Like not even like, it's bigger. For some reason I didn't take a picture of it. I'll probably do that again whenever I go back in like a week or so. Initially, I planned on going to that other comic shop I keep talking about that I go to all the time, but when I thought about all the cool stuff I saw, and I was like, maybe I should have bought those when I saw them, because I realized like, oh, these were actually pretty good prices for these. And like, maybe I'll go back. Unfortunately, even though my dad's going to be taking the whole week off, he probably won't want to check both of those places during that week or so, so I can only choose one. But I was like, well, wait, why did I never break this block? It's like, I guess I'll go back there. And my mom said like, oh, whatever you get, I'll just pay him for. Like, I'll pay him back. It's like, okay. And I guess maybe I'll go to that other place with her instead in the next few weeks or something. Like, I brought up to her like a few days ago. Maybe it was even yesterday. I was like, it's like, would you maybe want to go back to the place we were just at in a few weeks? And she said, why don't we just call them and maybe have them ship it to us or whatever? And I'm just like, one, I don't think that they would do that because that's not really how comic shops work. And two, adding the shipping doesn't even really make it that much worth it anymore. Like, still, they're probably cheaper by a little bit than like their eBay prices, but that won't help that much. So I'd rather go there myself. Okay. My brother just walked by to put something in the sink. So I was just, and then she was like, well, what's the name of the store so I can ask them? And I was like, and the only way I could really think to, I guess I never broke that block. Weird. So the only way I could really just that conversation was just like I just said never mind. Like I thought of a bunch of other things. It's just like that. This is the only way I can get her to stop pursuing this idea. It's like I guess Dad and I can go instead. Because it's like, well, he's never been here before, and sure, I was literally just here, so it won't be that interesting to me. Besides picking things up. At least he gets to see it. It'll be more interesting for him, I think. Just so many. I think that's about it, though. I don't really have that much else to talk about. Let's see, anything cool on Mercari? Not really. No. Next haul photo is going to be interesting. Gotten some pretty neat stuff this year so far. And also the two things from the very end of last year. I guess actually 3 things. There's 3 things that I got last year that weren't in the last haul photos. I forgot about that. That ended. Okay. Any interesting videos get put up? I have a... Okay, somebody commented on my latest video, interestingly enough. That rarely happens. Anything interesting? Not really. One funny thing that kind of happened yesterday, so a few days ago, specifically the day that I actually went to those comic shops, was the 15th anniversary of Zach Scott's Minecraft series. His first episode came out 15 years ago, a few days ago. And I already had the post scheduled for that day, and I decided, you know what, I'll leave a comment on the video for the 15th anniversary. I left it technically just on the day, but it hadn't rolled over yet, so it hadn't said it'd been 15 years yet, because obviously the video came out later in the day, so it was kind of funny. I'm like, I bet I'm the only person that's even looked at this video today. And then I continued to watch videos in that series again for the last few days, just because it's so interesting. Like, it's God, like, a lot of those people don't play Minecraft anymore, or they didn't make it big in the Minecraft YouTube scene anyway. But there is some that are like, specifically the British members of that server, which there wasn't that many of them, have made it pretty far in the YouTube space. And I even watch at least one of them on a decently regular basis. And it was funny because, like, before, like, a year or two ago, I didn't even really realize that I've seen these people. Like, I saw these people in videos that I watched when I was at a very young age, and I didn't even notice. Like, sure, I've heard about, like, one of them. Like, I vaguely remembered that name. But the other ones, it's like, oh yeah, I've seen this video before, and he was in it. And then other ones are like, oh, I've seen this guy's videos, but I didn't even realize this was this person until, like, much later. Like, only, like, just recently. So 3 of those members that were in that server that still make Minecraft videos today are LD Shadow Lady, which I probably just remembered her name from her being present sometimes in those videos. Smallish Beans, who is at the time her friend, then her boyfriend, and now her husband. And Ollie, or at the time his username was OllieRules747. He played the character in that series, the Bed Stealer, which was some funny villain character, and he's a friend of theirs. Basically, to get on that server, you had to be a friend of Zach's, or a friend of one of his friends. And the problem is, like, how did he meet these guys? Like, obviously, Joel, who is Smallish Beans, and Ollie, or Orion Sound, I think is his name, his YouTube name. They're friends of Lizzie, but I'm like, who is LD Shadow Lady? But I'm like, how did LD Shadow Lady and Zach meet, is my question. And then there was other British members, but not that many. Like, that's probably most of them. Just those 3. And it was funny because it's like, I remember I heard about Ollie through multiple series. Like, he does some of the behind the scenes work for, like, the Life series that, like, the members of Hermitcraft and their friends do. Like, for instance, he voiced, like, the snails or the trivia bot, or he made music for that, or whatever, in Wildlife, for instance. Then I've heard him being mentioned before multiple times. And then I was watching a vlog from Smallish Beans where he goes skiing in, like, Austria, and he was there with Ollie, and I was like, wait, this voice is very similar to the Bed Stealer. And then I thought about it, and I'm like, well, he does know, he's a friend of these 2. And then I went back to the videos with the Bed Stealer, and it's like, oh wait, his name is literally Ollie Rules. And then I went to the introduction video for him in that server, which I think was called Emergency British, like, meeting or something, to introduce some new members. And they said, oh, he's a musician. I'm like, yep, this is the same Ollie. And then later on today, even, I found a video of, like, LD Shadow Lady, Smallish Beans, and Ollie on Minecraft, and he's using that account. He's using Ollie Rules. Because I tried to watch an Ollie video, like an older one, to see what his username was, but I couldn't really see it. And it's like, yep, that's his username. So it's like, yeah, that's the same person. I'm just like, that's so funny to think of. At least I know what 3 of those guys are up to now. That server is so interesting. It's one of the oldest survival multiplayer series. Zach Scott owns the server. He started it, but it's really, those videos are mostly just him checking up on what his server mates have done and him commenting on it and reacting to it and whatever. It's like he rarely ever builds things on camera, which is kind of funny. And he knows that. Like, they make jokes about it. It's pretty funny. But that series is so much of its time. Like, you'll probably never see another Minecraft series like that because of the humor that is used in that series. It's not PG. Like, there's a lot of like dirty jokes in that series, but they're hilarious though. They were funny to me at the time, but now that I like more understand what the heck they're talking about, it's even funnier, which is hilarious to me. Let's see. Okay, I didn't get rid of this. Is that it? Is that the last one? That might be the last one. Who knows, maybe I can complete that. It's just, I need to do 3 different things. I need to put the layer under it, then break all that, and then place that. And just doing 2 of those 3 things for this took forever, but to be fair, this is not as much space. At least place the layer under it. And then I will probably end the stream and leave this and the access way to the beach for the next time, whenever that is. I wish I could do more, but that seems to happen a lot during these streams. I say I want to do this, and then I only accomplish like half of it. Because I underestimate how much time it takes to do this stuff. So, oh well. But it looks nice. The area I have completed. It looks good. Just imagine builds around here eventually. I think that'll be cool. Yeah, just being completely flat, just boring to me. Like I really like the little bit of height and depth. I think it looks good. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to be grabbing that stuff now. Let's get rid of all this dirt. Well, actually not all of it. I might need some of this. It's a shame that the headset and the controller have been messing with me today. But oh well. I don't even think I need this much. So I'll fill that in underneath, and then the next stream I'll tear all this stuff down, and then fill in the top layer, and then make the path down. It's like the main reason a lot of the people on that server didn't get that far in the Minecraft space is because like they're mostly just all personal friends of Zach. And the funny thing about, like, unfortunately, at least when it comes to those, like, obviously, Smallish Beans didn't play on that server that much. He was a later addition. And then it seems with Ollie, I don't know if he made videos on YouTube at the time. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. And with LD Shadow Lady, their videos on that server are no longer available. They seem to have been made private years ago, assuming they didn't delete them, which I hope they didn't. And nobody's uploaded. Nobody's uploaded like saved versions of those videos. No one archived or preserved them, so they're private now, and you can't watch them, which is unfortunate because it's like I imagine the reason they did that was because like they have like I did find out that Smallish Beans does have one video, like his second ever Minecraft video that's still public is on that server. But to my knowledge, that may have been the only video he ever made on that server. But it was just a quick little video of making like a tree house or something in a LD Shadow Lady's area that she worked on. And then those two, like, the only Minecraft videos from that point in time that LD Shadow Lady has left are her single player videos, or videos of her on her own server. But she mentions, like, it's like, she does mention, not on Scott's server today, which indicates that obviously she did make videos on the server, which, why wouldn't she, considering that's where really she started her Minecraft video making career, was on that server. But those just aren't even available anymore, which is kind of unfortunate. Like, obviously it's like maybe it's a public image thing, because that series, despite being harmless fun, can be seen to be offensive by some people. So like the humor there can be offensive to some people, probably. So I can see why they won't want those videos anymore, but it's like, I don't even remember her being in that many videos that would have that sort of stuff in it, so I'm like, and I don't remember her ever really that sort of, those types of jokes, so it's just like, I don't know why her videos in particular are not there anymore. Whatever. Like, I completely get why they probably aren't available anymore. It's just interesting. Because it's like, really, you can't find videos from other perspectives on that server anymore. It's just Zach's videos left. I'm happy those are at least still up, because that was a huge part of his channel back in the day. He made almost 1,000 episodes. And that's why part of me, it's like, I don't know if I'd want him to make a new Minecraft series, because it just wouldn't be the same. I don't know if he would get some of those friends back, and they'd especially not act the same way, which was, to me, like, that's what I love about that particular series. Besides the fact I watched it as a kid, it was also just, you can't get away with series anymore. You can tell it's just friends hanging out. That's not always the case with those types of series. Like, there's a lot of those series have a business angle to them in the background that you don't see, whereas that series is literally just Zach on his own server documenting what the heck his friends have been doing, and them hanging out on Skype and joking around and making fun of each other and messing with each other, which is just so, it's so like natural and honest, which like not a lot of series like that now exist. Even Hermitcraft, as nice of a series as that is, you can tell, like, these guys have business meetings. Maybe not completely serious business meetings, but meetings behind the scenes and stuff like that. And their server mate picks are very, like, whoever gets to play on it is very curated and stuff like that. Yeah, they're friends, but they also only they're worried about public image, which that series most certainly wasn't. So it's just interesting to think about. Okay. So yeah, there's not much work I have to do on this. I definitely need to like straighten out this platform though. Just trying to think where a good spot for that to be would be. Probably the border. Let's say here would be a good area to find the border. Probably need more dirt than that now I think about it. I also need a shovel so I can tear down all of that. It's kind of interesting to see how much like Zach Scott as a YouTuber has changed over the years. Personally, like, he doesn't really make stuff that I'm that interested in watching anymore. I'm still subbed to him, I think. Am I subbed to him? I believe so. Zach Scott Games. The funny thing is, I don't think he ever made a playlist for that series. Nope, don't want to watch his Metroid. Yeah, I'm subbed to him. But it's like, I don't know if anyone really wants to watch him play PvZ Replanted, because it's just PvZ 1, but worse. Just slightly different. I mean, this PvZ 1 series was already good. And now he's on episode 1261 of PvZ 2. Which is just... He first made a video on that game in soft launch when it was only available in like Australia. So he's been there since like day one of that game, pretty much, and he's never stopped making videos on it. And I'm just like, sure, I guess they are still adding stuff to this game, but like, really? They've finished making the major updates to this game like 8 years ago. That's when I wanted to watch that series, is when they were still adding new major content instead of 1 or 2 new plants every month. It's kind of interesting to think about. And that's when I watched that series when I played that game, and I haven't played that game since they finished the story. So sure, I do still watch PvZ2 videos, but only like the modded ones, like Reflourished and stuff like that. And I'm watching that on like Wolfie Plays. I'm not watching that on Zach Scott. Though eventually he did get to playing Reflourished, though I don't think he got that far in it. And I did watch that when he finally decided to upload that as a series. I watched like 1 or 2 episodes, but they were like hours long. He's now playing Hightail, like practically every other Minecraft associated to some degree YouTuber. Or just pretty much every YouTuber right now is playing Hightail, because it had such a buzz around it, and obviously the algorithm is probably supporting it a lot, so, and everybody sees that, so like, oh, if I want to get views, I need to make a hightail video. And it's just like, you don't really need to do that. Yeah, that's connected to the wall, so. My head hurts now. So I do kind of wonder, like obviously, it's like probably the first Minecraft-like game he's played in forever. So I do wonder what type of references he's making, if he's making any references to Minecraft and maybe playing it again. But it's just like, I don't know if you should, because at least to the older fans, it won't have anywhere near the same interest. Like if he just plays Minecraft by himself, for instance, it's like no one's gonna watch that. He barely even did anything in his original series. Like I still liked listening to him in his original Minecraft series, but the big gigantic draw of it, at least to me, was seeing him interact with people. And a lot of the funny stuff would happen because of them, not because of him, so it's kind of interesting. It's more just like, oh, I'm the admin, so. It's kind of funny, like, I think I first heard the term SMP when SMP Live came out. But I was like, well, yeah, survival multiplayer, that makes sense, but I never heard that term before. That acronym. I would just call it like, oh yeah, multiplayer Minecraft. Yeah. So hopefully I can finish the underneath of this segment on stream. If not, maybe I'll just obviously work on it and then I'll finish it up off camera. Probably not even upload it, because with those 8x speed videos you've seen me do this enough. One funny thing is, Lighthero finally uploaded a new video a few days ago on Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals just added Deadpool to the game. I've never played Marvel Rivals. I don't even know if it's available on this system. It probably isn't. I didn't even really watch videos on it either until like just recently, because I watched it because of that Lighthero video. And also, like Game Awards, I remember they announced Deadpool, and it was like, oh yep, that's definitely Alejandro Saab or Kagi Films, as I know him, or Sayu, as he is now known, because that's his VTuber now. And I was just like, and I remember hearing like that he denied that was him. Like, no, it's obviously flipping you. That's obviously you. Like, that's obviously who voices him. he also voices Shallot and in Dragon Ball Legends, and he voices a million other characters, a bunch of other anime dubs, and video games and stuff. And it was just like, he has such a distinctive voice that it's like, I know that it's you. I remember some people, like, there was even a like a news article I later saw. I didn't really read it, but like that talked about that he denied it was him, and I'm just like, are you seriously? You seriously believe that? Do you not realize that it sounds just like him? It's not. He's barely even putting on a voice. It's just him. It's just him, which is hilarious. But he does a good job. He did a good job with it. But it's like, it really is not that different to what he normally sounds like. I watched a video of him like reacting to the lines that they kept in and stuff like that. Like he was surprised, and it's funny to get insight into like the voice actor side of it, because it's just, he talks about like, oh, I wasn't allowed to make musical references or stuff like that because of like legal reasons. Like, oh yeah, I can't, it has to be legally distinct. I can reference something, but I can't like try to mimic it that great, which is just kind of funny. Okay, so that's that done pretty much. That's this. So now this is all even. So now I guess I'll do this. I need to grab more dirt though if I plan to do it this way. Cause yeah, this won't really, it's just that much space. It's not that bad. I'll just make a line or something down there and then build out. Let's say I do this. Like even just from this alone, I can fill in that much. So I really just need 2 lines, and then I'm good. So yeah, this won't be too bad. I might not even tear this down this stream. I might open the next stream by tearing all this dirt down and then breaking all this stone. Why is Tetrapic Gaming making a video on PC Garden Warfare achievements? I'm guessing, oh yeah, it's like help me. So he's getting Tetrapic Gaming is getting achievements for Garden Warfare 1 on PC. Which is weird. He obviously must be making a video on it or something, but it's just like one interesting thing, so last stream I had Zenity show up, which for those who don't know, which is probably a good 99.9% of people that watch this, is a old friend of mine. We used to play Minecraft together all the time on PlayStation, but then he practically just ghosted me for for a good like 4 years. Which, like, I know why he did, because it's just, well, I can only play these certain games. So it wasn't really the opportunity to play together much. And also, I'm not the guy to the type of guy to reach out to people. It's like, oh, if you want to play, ask me. But I'm not really going to ask you. That's perfectly fine. But speaking of Garden Warfare, I've seen, like, one thing I noticed, or that we learned, is like, oh yeah, he plays Garden Warfare. It's like, how the heck did we never talk about this? Like, sure, I don't think I really even had it installed most of the time that I knew him. But it's like, he could have checked my achievements and saw that I have achievements in Garden Warfare 1 and 2, but he never did. So it's just like, how did we never play this together? Because we played Fortnite together, that's how we met. We played Minecraft together, we played Battlefront together, and I think that was it. And it's like, why did we never play Garden Warfare? Okay. I just thought that was funny, because like, I've never had anyone to play that with. That's probably too much. Where's stone? It's cobblestone. Yeah, so I just thought that was funny, and I've seen that he's been going on to Garden Warfare 2 a lot lately. I don't know if that's because he plays that a lot, or it's just, oh, he was reminded that he liked that game and he's been playing it recently because he brought it up. And the reason he brought it up is because I brought up Zach Scott Games, and that he found that channel through Garden Warfare, which, like, obviously I found that channel initially through one of the Minecraft Batman videos he made, which I thought was hilarious at the time. I think that was like the first video I can really remember finding from Zach Scott. And then later on I watched him play PvZ 1, PvZ 2, and then Garden Warfare 1, and then Garden Warfare 2. And then I would just occasionally come back to watch. Then I would just occasionally watch his Minecraft videos again. Then eventually he stopped making Minecraft videos as a whole. I don't remember if I ever saw any of his Minecraft videos when they were brand new, outside of like... I wouldn't be surprised if that Batman video wasn't that old when I saw it, but I'm like, I don't remember. I don't know how old it was when I first watched it. Because I didn't really even start paying attention to how old a video was that I was watching until like a few years ago. It's kind of funny. It's like, I always heard about comment sections and other stuff like that. It's like, I'd never really bothered to even look at them, or even knew how, even though it's like, it's something right there. It's staring me in the face, and I just never looked at it. I'm just like, dang it, why? Like, I only really thought about it when I realized, oh, comments on these videos can now get deleted because of, like, the Kappa scare a few years ago, which no one ever even talks about anymore. But yeah, this is way too much dirt. I needed more stone. Why did I grab this much? We needed like a fifth of this much. So let's see here. So yeah, so if I make a dirt path here, this will be enough to complete this. Do I even need to place torches on this? Because like it's parallel with the another bar, so it's probably getting lit up by this. What day is it? It's Tuesday, I think, today? Yeah, Tuesday the 20th. So a new mobile suit comes out in GBO2 in 2 days. Or, I guess, yeah, still 2 days. It's like, I guess tomorrow night, but that's still midnight, so that's technically 2 days from now. I should probably put all this stuff away, but I'll use all the stone first. Can I place that from here? Barely. I've pretty much run out of things to talk about. Ow. I guess it'll be interesting to see what comes out of GBO2 this week, because I already knew about the last 2 weeks of stuff because they announced it ahead of time. But this week will be different. The current situation battle is interesting. It's I forget what they called it. It's like the sound of something. Oh yeah, sound of bat wings, I believe. It's basically it's trying to recreate the story from the MS Igloo manga, where the Gim Kamuf, or GM Kamuf, or whatever. Gim Kamuf. The weird looking fake GM, or Jim. That's from the MS Igloo manga, even though I think it did have a 3D model, but it wasn't in the show. Where basically that thing, which is designed to be for false flag attacks, so it's entirely illegal, it's a living war crime. It's like those disguised, like, Panther tanks in World War II that during like the Ardennes offensive that didn't really get to accomplish much. So it's that. So it's one of those, and a bunch of captured GMs, which would be considered like Gefangener Gims or whatever. So Xeon captured GMs, but they're not painted in Xeon colors because it's supposed to be used for false flag attacks. The 603rd, which is a technical evaluation unit, is given the Gim Kamuf, or Kamuf, I say Kamuf because it's more like a goof-esque name, and I prefer to say the goof as goof and not goof or gaff or whatever. Gauf. I think goof sounds funnier, better. Goof custom. I don't know. Goof troop. I hope they make a Robot Spirits heavy arms goof someday. I don't know if that thing's ever gotten any merchandise. Maybe keychains or something, but that's about it. Anyway. So basically, they're sent that, and it completely fails because, like, it works initially, but then Musai shows up and takes them out because they think they're enemies. So it's like, yeah, accidental friendly fire, even though, of course, they had no idea those were supposed to be friendlies because they were not told about this top secret illegal operation. But yeah, that's the story that they base the current situation battle off of. I got a good first round. We lost, but I played as one of the GMs on the Xeon team. I did pretty good. Haven't really gotten a good round since then. I would like to get around with the Gim Kamuf, but that might take a while. Or GM Kamuf. And plus, it's like, well, in this actual story, it does end really badly, so I might as well. It's just, I would like to play the GM Kamuf because it's the most unique thing about this. All the other suits in this situation battle have been in previous ones, so, and the whole story is surrounding this one mobile suit. So I would like to get to play that. Still haven't gotten around with it yet. Oops. Well, I guess I'll just break that because I'm not going to be able to get that back. Then the previous situation battle, which I did record bits of, like I did, well, in a few rounds, was basically, I think it was Gundam development history or something. It was basically, it was kind of weird. The other team, which was Gundam Development Project Gundams, so like the Gundams from 0083, those made sense because it was the GP00 from Phantom Bullets, the GP1 aquatic equipment from 0083 Rebellion, and then the GP02 standard, the GP03 Stamen, and the GP04. So those made sense. But then when it came to the other team, which was the Federation One-Year War Gundams, you had the Prototype Gundam, which I never got to play as, unfortunately, because even though I'm like, this is probably going to be the only situation battle where that's playable, because this thing does not feature in any scenarios, because it got destroyed before it could do anything outside of testing. So that was unfortunate. I never got to play as that. Then there's the regular Gundam, which makes sense. Then there was the Full Armor Gundam Type B, which is a variant of the G3, so that makes sense. Then you had, what else? I think it was the G5. I don't believe there was the Gundam Unit 4 in that, I believe. Maybe there was. I don't remember it, though. And then they had the 7th Gundam. Did they have the Mudrock? No, they didn't, because I remember there was 2 supports, I think, and then 3 generals on that team. Well, no, 2 supports, 2 generals, and 1 raid on that team. So the raid was the Proto. The 2 generals were the Gundam and the 7th Gundam. And then the 2 supports were the Full Armor B-type, and then weirdly they had the Full Armor 7th, and I was just like, what? Why? Because it's like, why would you have the Full Armor 7th and the 7th Gundam on the same team? They're the same mobile suit, just with different equipment. I'm like, if you need another support, use the Mudrock. I don't know what they were thinking. It was weird. Did I do that right, or am I missing one? Because there was, going back to the development project ones. There was the 0, the 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so just 5. So yeah, it's weird. So the G5 wasn't on there. The G4 wasn't on there. The G6 wasn't on there. It was Gundam units 1, 2, a variation of 3, and 7. I think that's it. It was very strange. The footage I got that was good was with the GPO3 and maybe the full armor B type. That was about it. And I'm just like, should I upload this? I finally was using the GPO3 probably how it's intended to, which is bunny hopping. That thing is built around fast jumps. Like, why have I not been using it like this before? And it was fun. But I don't know if I'll upload it or not. I should easily be able to finish off the stonework for this. And then I'll tear down all this dirt and tear down this stone, place the dirt, and make that pathway to the beach next time. Whenever that is. Because I don't know when that will be. I wasn't expecting it to take this long. But I guess when you don't have... I'm not even used to beacons either, so it's like... But I wonder if I would have been able to accomplish all this stuff if I had a beacon with haste. Would have made it slightly quicker to break all that stuff. And place that stuff. I don't know. Would that make it easier to place things? I don't know if it does, actually. I think about it. Oh yeah, that stream for Tetrabit trying to get Garm Over achievements is live right now. It's scheduled earlier. And put all this away. I have a ton of excess gravel, but I guess I did want to have it for the other platform too. I don't need that. Is this all the stone I have left? Yeah, it's all cobblestone. Well, I guess maybe next stream I'll be smelting a lot of this cobblestone to make stone. Or I'll do that off camera. Because basically, that tunnel that I'm planning on doing, it'll be a series of probably 3 or 4 wide dirt, and then there probably be 3 or 4 long dirt. It'll probably be 5 wide, but like maybe 7 wide. let's say 5 wide. No, 7 wide I think would be cooler because you have 2 dirt, maybe 3 gravel, 2 dirt. And then that would be between 2 stone blocks beyond these walls. So it'd be like 2 blocks of stone in, so I can install lighting systems, and then the 7 blocks, and then 2 more, and it would go all the way down, then open up somewhere to access as a area, like an entrance to the beach, which would be cool. So I was like, I was struggling to think of a way to actually do that. Initially I was like, do I want to have like a small little staircase on the side that's like built into like a cool little mountain area, like a mountainside, kind of like California beaches and stuff, but I was like, no. I don't really know how I'd make that look good. So then I thought about that the other night. Well, that would be perfect because this is already hollow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Calm down, headset, please. Or should I be saying that to the controller? I still haven't dusted those shelves. Talked about, like, in the stream I did, the final stream of last year, I talked about how I'm going to probably dust those shelves soon. I still haven't. Because I've been wanting to complete this. Oh. Forgot. I hadn't had that built out. Dang it. I have to be careful because if I fall off with this amount of health, I'll die. Yeah, so this has been a cool addition to this project. Whether or not I continue to do this for the other parts, like the other platforms and other parts of this platform, I don't know. If I do, I'll do it off camera. But because obviously now this stream exists to showcase what that looks like. It's getting a little boring now. Interesting, my latest video got 13 views so far. That's more than usual. How's the live stream done so far? Started 4 hours ago. 20 views, 2 likes. Apparently. No one's even watching this. I guess 20 people have shown up over time. Who's liked it though? Oh well. Like I'm not even on this video anymore. So once I've finished placing all this stone, I will then end the stream because I do not want to continue working on this tonight. Sure, it's only 8. But my dad's probably gonna. Well, actually, no, he's closing today, so he's probably not gonna be home for another like 3 hours. But I need to do something. I need to eat. I can't continue working on this, especially with no one even here. No one's even here. Like, that's the best part about these streams is when I get to talk to people. Like, sure, it's nice to document my process, but like I like to see people react to what I'm doing, or just to have someone to talk to. But today didn't seem to be the day that people wanted to do that. So, well, besides that one guy, but he left a while ago. Because he was watching me at from a standard time zone that is 10 hours ahead of mine. It's interesting to see when I get viewers from outside of the US. The weird thing about, like, when I check like my analytics or whatever from like where people are watching from, it's very strange, and it always has been. It's like, oh, like 30-something% from the US, and then like 1 or 2% other, and I'm like, what? Where's the rest then? What's the other stuff? It doesn't tell me. Maybe it's just because not everybody specifies, I guess. But it was just, it's just weird. I'm like someone's like, oh yeah, 1% from Japan. I'm like, okay, well I guess that does make sense. I do make Gundam videos, so I would not be surprised. And thankfully, the nice thing about my Gundam videos, because they don't have any, like, I don't speak in them much. Pretty much anybody can watch them as long as they can read English. So, like, if they can read the kill counter and whatever, it's like they. So that's nice. Still, GBO2 is a very niche game. So, and even then, like, I think the gameplay on some of my videos, especially like now, it's like I really try to make my videos have good gameplay, because that's pretty much all they are. So it's like, if it's not to a certain standard gameplay wise, then I usually just don't upload it. So close. Oh. Did not mean to hit the microphone. So yeah, this year will be interesting for me. As I mentioned before, and anybody who's maybe listened far enough into one of these streams in the past, my life's been interesting as of late. And I say as of late, I mean in the last like 2.5 years. I graduated high school coming up on over 2.5 years ago. Since then, my sister has graduated college. My brother is now in his final year of high school. I have still yet to learn how to drive. That's definitely something, at least my mom seems to be interested in having me do this year. Because it's just like, I don't know if I want to do online college. Because it's just, I don't know how that would be good for me. Obviously, I don't think that will happen. If I do online college this year, it's not going to be until after the summer, probably. Yeah, so as nice it would be to be like, oh yeah, now my life's finally going somewhere. At the same time, it's just like, and I do feel bad that I'm in this scenario. Is he coming out here? No, he just went to the bathroom. Okay. Because it's just like, I know this isn't, like, a good thing to do, be stuck in this situation forever. And I know that, like, sure, it would be like, you had your life so simple back then. And it's like, I get that. I already know that this is the most simple my life will ever be. But it's just like, it does feel kind of boring and stagnant. God, I had to... Okay. Another thing, so I might finally learn how to drive this year. I might go to college finally, maybe. I might get a job finally, because I'll be able to reach, like, first step is definitely learning how to drive, because I can't do either of those things without that. Well, either of those things well, anyway. Finally, there we go. I guess I could tear down all the dirt. I could do that. Probably be quicker than tearing down all that stone and placing the dirt, so. I don't know. I need to put this stuff away. Then another thing that's going to happen to me this year probably is getting my wisdom teeth taken out, which is not fun. But my sister and my brother had it happen to them last year. And they're probably going to have mine looked at soon. Despite the fact they probably recommended that we do that like a year and a half ago. So, chances are that is going to happen to me. Oh well. Yeah, so this year's shaping up to be interesting for me. Well, maybe not shaping up, nothing's really happened yet, but odds are that all that stuff's probably going to happen this year. I guess he's not coming out here. Okay. So let's tear this stuff down. Or at least start to. Thing is, I'm going to be going like up and down over and over again to gather this stuff, because this is far more important materials to me than the stone is, because I can't make this stuff in the end. I need to go out and get this, so. And it's much more of a pain in the butt than the cobblestone is. So I think I will destroy this, and then destroy the path I'm on right now, and then go down. Because I don't want to waste too much time. Because this stuff will despawn quicker than you think, or than you would expect. Does this go to the end? I think this hugs the wall, right? Guess I'll start crouching just in case. Yeah, the most annoying part about this is just going down there to retrieve it. This itself doesn't take that long. It's the retrieval that's the annoying part. There we go. So the interesting thing about these streams, and that's just always kind of been the case, is like I don't do them to make money. I use them more as like a documentation tool of like the fun I've had with my friends over the years. Not just the streams, the videos too. Or I just make them for fun. Or just to document what I'm up to. Like, oh, it's like a journal of some sort, kind of. But it's certainly been interesting over the last few years. Since my life has been so stagnant. I'm sure I'm not the only person in history that's gone through this, but it's just interesting to think about. It's like I like when I was in school, it's like I felt so much more like, I don't know, like I just had more to do. And sure, I never hated school like some people, but as long as the school I was at was good, and like I had fun learning things, or just fun being challenged by the work I had to do. I guess I'll tear this down. It's like this whole Minecraft world is now like, it's been going for about half of the time that I've been like this. I wonders, it's like, maybe while I still have all this free time, if I had the resources, which I don't know, it would be cool to buy like a camera or something, or a laptop and a camera, and start making like stop motion stuff. It's like I could take this amount of free time I have to do stuff like that, but I just haven't. Problem is, it seems like I have like a lack of initiative. Is the thing. Like I have all these ideas in my head, but I don't know where to start. I always have. Please don't tell me this is disappearing. I need to save as much of this as possible. It's kind of funny. I think I can hear sand because I play sand. Okay, so now I'll tear this down. That shouldn't be too complicated to tear down. It's just a bunch of straight lines. Okay. Let's probably start here. Yeah, one funny thing I found last night was like a fandom wiki article for a Hazel variant, the Hazel series of mobile suits from Gundam, and it was of the Hazel Ozla like period something, and it was basically just like a expanded I think it was basically just a wiki article about the expanded information given to like the next generation mass production machine, which is like the mass produced in quotations because they probably only produced like a good like maybe dozen of them, the mass produced version of the Hazel Ozla, and it was just the expanded information given about it pretty much for as part of Advanced Zeta reboot. And the artwork of it used for that expanded information is pretty much it in the pose of the Hazel that showed up in the Zeta Gundam A New Translation movies. Basically, Zeta Gundam A New Translation was a movie compilation of the Zeta Gundam anime series, which originally ran in 85 to maybe 86. So for the 20th anniversary of the series, they released it in movie form with newly reanimated and new scenes. combined with old footage. So it's really strange because it's like you can tell like the new animation from like the mid 2000s looks awesome, and then you go back to the original and it's just like it's so jarring. It's like, oh, like at least like the original Gundam movies, it's like, oh, well, the original Gundam movie trilogy, which is a movie compilation in itself, also with new footage. At least that came in like the early 80s. It's only like 3 or 4 years after the original series aired, so that wasn't that weird looking. It wasn't jarring at all. But wasn't that jarring? Like you can tell some differences. Like for instance, like in the original series, during a battle coup, you see a scene where there's Gelgoog and a Zaku 2 next to each other. But then for the movie version, to demonstrate the attrition rate even worse, they instead put it next to a Zaku 1 to show that, oh, their oldest and newest mobile suits are being used together because they don't have anything else to use. And in that shot, they have like more of like the MSV style details, like the military markings and numbering and stuff, like unit numbers. So it's like you can tell that's a new shot because they're just more detailed than the original series was in that way. But it doesn't look that much better, so it still blends in really well. Whereas with Zeta Gundam New Translation, it's like this is 20 years difference. And one of the cool things is with the new shots, they would sometimes like put in like cameos of mobile suits from later series. So like, to my knowledge, the only mobile suit that cameos like that in the first New Translation movie was the GM Quell, and even then it's only standing there. Like and it has its back turned to the camera as well. It's like when they cut to Grips 1. I think it was the colony that later became the colony laser, I believe. Or was that Grips 2? I forget. Wherever the Titan's headquarters is at the start of the series. Pretty much. Or like a super large Titan space. When they're pretty much leaving to go intercept the Mark IIs that were stolen, you see a GM Quell standing there at the dock. Unfortunately, as cool as the GM Quell is, it rarely ever gets any love. Like, pretty much its original shot, it's just sitting there on a trailer, being, like, unloaded. In Zeta Gundam New Translation, it's just standing there with its back turned. In Gundam Narrative, it's just standing there with no one in it. So and then, like, that's about it. If you want to see it in action, you need to read a manga, I guess. That's pretty much it. I hit the mic again. So I think that's the only one I can think of in that movie that cameos. The only other one I can think of, kind of, that might count for the second movie would be Haman Karn's Gaza Sea. She piloted one in the original series, like when you first meet her, but she was just piloting a generic one. It didn't look any different, I think, to the original, like to the regular ones. But then in the new translation, they give her a completely new scene where she's interacting with our main heroes and a semi-friendly manner, I guess. And she's in a Gaza Sea, but it has a new color scheme for her. So, like, I guess you could count that as a new suit, kind of. Not really. I don't know if that color scheme was made for for the movie specifically, or if they took it from Giren's Greed. It may have been in Giren's Greed first with a unique color scheme. I don't know though, but it may have been. So that's if it's from Gurren's Greed, then it's a cameo from Gurren's Greed. If it's not, then does that count as a cameo? If it's something that, like, yeah, it's something that wasn't technically in the original series, but kind of was. I don't know. And then finally, like the third movie gets a lot of cameos. So with Titans, as I said, you get a Hazel. The wiki always credits it to being the advanced Hazel, but where I was getting with that period version or whatever of the Hazel Ozla, which is just more information on the next generation mass production version of the Hazel Ozla. It was just a simplified Hazel Ozla in all blue, which did get a model kit, and I really want that model kit. I hope they reprint it someday. They reissue the Advanced Data kits not super infrequently, so I hope they reissue that one someday. Though I don't think they've reissued that one yet. To be fair though, it only came out like 3 or 4 years ago. Close to 5 years ago. My nose is stuffed. Like I want to sneeze or something. Now that I say that. There we go. It's weird, like my sneezes are almost like coughs. Okay. So pretty much, in the third new translation movie, you see a Hazel at the Gate of Zidane, which is Baoku, just renamed, which is the space fortress at the end of the original series. The final defense for Xeon before reaching Side 3, which is Xeon itself. And basically in that scene, that Hazel is like, it's like standing there and it's like moving its arms, saying like, "Oh, come this way." It's like guiding a ship passing by or whatever. And basically, the art of this Hazel period version or whatever is in that pose, pretty much. So it's hinted, and the description practically says like, yeah, that's so like they're retconning that Hazel to be this type in that movie, which I think is really cool. It's just like I already had a feeling that that's what that was supposed to be, and that pretty much confirms it. Though obviously you don't really get that good of a look at it to know exactly what type of Hazel it is, and it probably wasn't animated to be that. But like the wiki says like, oh, it's an advanced Hazel, but I'm like, how can you even really tell that much? You really just see its backside, so it's kind of difficult. So, like the reason like the advanced Hazel I use in GBO2 is all blue, in reference to that. I didn't include it in my reference color schemes because I'm like, does that count? Does that really count? I guess I could have included like the all blue Hazel Ozla I use, but it just has all the extra equipment on there. It doesn't really make it look like that anymore, so I don't know if that would count. So that's why I left those out. Those two out of the reference color schemes. Other cameos would be, I guess you could say the Hyzak Custom's a cameo, because it's, even though it's a suit in the original series, I think it only featured in one episode. And obviously the scene that we see it in is a scene that it wasn't in originally, because I think it was a completely new shot. Obviously it was a new scene if it was reanimated, at least a reanimated scene if it was in the original series, but I think it's just a completely new shot. So yeah, it's like, I guess you could count that as a cameo for another cameo for the Titans. And then for the AUG in that movie, you get AUG colored GM Customs and GM Cannon 2s from originally from 0083 Stardust memory. And then even the even Axis gets a cameo, well, 2 cameo suits. They get the Draw C, which is a suit developed by the Delaz fleet from Zaga 2 F2 and what were they called? They were like a bomber, a Xeon bomber. I forget what they're called. It's not Gallop. I forget, but anyway. So you see like a squadron of like 3 Draw Cs and like Ray zoom by in one new shot, which I'm just like, oh, that's cool. But then I'm like, does that imply that, like, obviously Axis and the Delaz fleet could like help each other out a little bit? So I'm like, did they acquire some of these from them, or did remnants of the Delaz fleet join up with Axis and that's where these came from? I always kind of wondered that. And then it's like, where did the sleeves one come from later? Probably Axis would be my guess. That's where most of their stuff comes from. And then the final cameo, I think, in that movie is the Gaza E, I believe, from Gundam Sentinel. Basically, it's in the hangar when Camille and Katz show up and go to, like, they go to, like, the Xeon flagship while, Shirako is there, meeting with Haman along with Jamatov and Quattro Brigino. It's in the hangar in that scene, so that's pretty cool. It's pretty neat to see something from Gundam Sentinel, even if it wasn't like active, it was just there. I don't even think it was in its normal color scheme either. Probably because it's like a prototype, would be my guess. Like in lore, it's probably supposed to be a prototype, like early production copy of the Gaza E. Because the Gaza E probably wasn't like produced in higher numbers until obviously not long before the events of Gundam Sentinel, but that doesn't take, Gundam Sentinel doesn't take place until like a good like few months after the end of Zeta Gundam, I think. So yeah, that's my guess for why it's a different color. Gundam Sentinel is a very interesting series. Last year I saw a really good like video series about it by a guy who always talks about Gaia Gear. I forget what his name was. Like, oh yeah, Gaius, I think, was his name, because his channel's named after Gaia Gear. And he often covers things to try to see how they would relate to Gaia Gear. Gaia Gear's another weird Gundam story. But Gundam Sentinel is very interesting because it's weirdly the only bit of Gundam that Bandai doesn't fully own. It has a very weird history to it. It has a lot of cool designs. It was originally published in Model Graphics magazine in like 1987, 1988. Basically, it was written by one of the guys responsible for a lot of the original MSV designs and the backstories behind them. Like, that's the guy who wrote it. So, like, for instance, I think he may have been responsible for, like, the Full Armor Gundam and stuff like that, and other things. Like, a good chunk of the original MSV designs, and maybe even MSX to a degree, would make sense that he was probably involved in MSX, which MSX was originally not only a design series, but I think it was originally supposed to be it was an animation spin-off pitch. Like, before they decided we're going to do Zeta Gundam, it was like, oh, we can do a Gundam spin-off. But that didn't go anywhere, and then instead they released the material they produced for it as a design series, which is pretty neat in itself. But a lot of aspects of MSX get reused. At least like the setting, in terms of like some locations, or at least a major location, and stuff like that from MSX are reused in Sentinel. It's almost like a pseudo sequel to MSX. Kind of. Or you follow like a special task force of the Federation to defeat, to capture like the peasant asteroid base, at least at the beginning, and then eventually it goes into a different direction. Basically, so as I said, Gundam Sentinel isn't fully owned by Bandai, which is interesting. So pretty much, just like MSX, the story treatment that eventually became Gundam Sentinel was another spin-off idea. So after Double Zeta Gundam, they were like, oh, I guess we're not really sure what we're going to do yet, so you will allow some of you guys to pitch potential, like, maybe spin-off ideas or whatever. And this guy, who was already involved in a lot of Gundam stuff, wrote a treatment. Like, he got a contract to make this treatment or whatever for a potential spin-off idea. But then out of nowhere, it's like Tomino, the guy who originally created Gundam, was like, oh, I want to adapt this book I just finished writing into a movie, which that eventually became, I think it was High Streamer originally, and that eventually became like the book, and then that eventually became Char's Counterattack. So like, okay, we'll do that. And then like some higher up at Bandai or whatever just out of nowhere canceled the contracts after that with no warning for the for like the spin-off like treatments or whatever. So then, out of spite, because he was annoyed that it was done so abrupt and whatever, he improved his treatment and stuff like that, which eventually became Gundam Sentinel. And then got Hajime Kotoki, who was at the time a smaller Gundam artist who worked, I think, during the production of Double Zeta Gundam to a small degree, I believe. And he got him to design these mobile suits that he made for the story. And then he published those designs and slowly started publishing that story in Model Graphics magazine without Sunrise's authorization. And at first they were like, once they realized this was happening, it's like, should we sue him or whatever? But then they saw how popular the story was, and they were like, and saw how popular, how much people loved the designs from the story, and people loved the story. So they're like, well, I guess we'll make this an official story. But in the process of making it an official story, they gave the guy who wrote it legal ownership over it. So in turn of it becoming an official canon story and giving Bandai model kit rights for the designs, they gave him legal ownership over the story and designs of Gundam Sentinel. And that agreement is still in place. So whenever a model kit or action figure or whatever of Gundam Sentinel gets created, they need to get his permission to do it. So that's why, like a Master Grade, we have, I think, only 2 Sentinel kits. We have the XS Gundam, well, actually maybe 3. I guess you might be able to get the Superior Gundam out of that, and then there's the, what's it called? The Deep Striker, which is a variant of the XS Gundam. And then they finally, only a few years ago, made the Master Grade Mark V, like Gundam Mark V. And that's it. And then in high grade, you have the XS Gundam, and then you have, I think, only one of the variants of the Zeku Eins, I believe, and I think that's it. Oh yeah, and I forgot the Zeta Pluses. There's Master Grades and High Grades of both of those. Now I think about it. You have the Zeta Plus A1, the Zeta Plus C1, those are both in Master Grade and High Grade, even though I think for the High Grades, well, the Master Grades, those are all regular releases. Then there's the Unicorn version of, I think, the Master Grade, which is the P Bandai release, which I think is an A1 in C1-like colors. For High Grade, the Unicorn version is a mass release. Then I think then the Sentinel versions are P Bandai releases. I just got a friend request. So I tore that down. It's 9:17. Let's put this dirt back up here. So now I have to tear that stone down and out, or tear that out and place all this dirt. And then make the tunnel. But I think I'll do that next time. I'll finish talking about Sentinel and then I'll go. Kinda wish I could have completed more, but I still did a decent amount of work during the last, God, like over 4 hours. My head hurts. So yeah, a lot more of Gundam Sentinel stuff is in the form of action figures. So like, Robot Spirits for Ka, which is the version Kotoki. So obviously, they're all designs by Hajime Kotoki, who made the Sentinel designs. He went on to become one of the most important Gundam artists, and did a lot of stuff for, like, he did a tiny bit, I think, for, I don't know if he did much for 0080, but he did a ton for 0083 specifically, and then he probably had a hand in other series after that. He's such a prolific artist that he's had multiple action figure lines based around his work, and he's had I forgot about the Faz Master Grade. I forgot about that. Okay, so there's another Master Grade. So there's a few Master Grade Sentinel suits, but so you have the XS, the Deep Striker, the Faz, and the Mark V. It's like all the Gundams from Gundam Sentinel, and the Zeta Pluses, which I guess you could count as Gundams. So yeah, all the Gundams. You don't get anything else from that in Master Grade. And then you get all that same stuff, with the exception of the Deep Striker. You don't get a high grade Deep Striker, I think. And then you don't get the Mark V in high grade. And then you don't get the Faz in high grade either, I believe. Which is full armor double Zeta. But you do get the Zeku Eins, which is neat. But yeah, so back to Hajime Kotoki. He has his own master grade sub-theme, which is where a lot of this stuff comes from. A lot of those master grades are Verka releases. Then Gundam Fixed Figuration, I think, was started as a kind of Verka line. Like, most of them were redesigns done by him. Then Robot Spirits Verka as well is another subline of action figures, and they did a lot of stuff from Gundam Sentinel. So, like, I don't know if have they made a Gundam Sentinel Robot Spirits? Let's see. Spirits Gundam Sentinel. Have they done that? I don't know if they have. Like, yeah, there's a... It's like, for Robot Spirits Verka, there's the XS Gundam. There's multiple variants of the Mark V. There's the New Decides one, the Federation one. There's the FAZ, they've made the Zeta plus C1, probably the A1. I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe considered making the A2. I don't know if they have, though. Then some ones that they've never made in model kit form yet are the Nero Trainer, the EWAC Nero. They've made the Barzam, or the refined Barzam. I was going to say the Barzam custom, but I don't think that's a thing. The refined Barzam. Did I say the FAZ? They did make a FAZ one. I don't know what else. Have they made a Zeku Eins? Zeku. I'm guessing they haven't. No. There's a Converge Zeku Eins, I guess, but I'm not gonna talk about those. So yeah. And I doubt there's a Zeku's Vi. Universal Unit. There is merchandise of the Zeku's Vi, but it is not. I don't know what this is. It's like a mini figure kind of. It seems like a small figure. It's big for its line, but it's not a stupid large figure. So yeah, it's not like a regular figure. Pretty cool. So yeah, it's like, if you want to get a lot more of the stuff that hasn't, like, you want to get the Neros, you want to get the, if you like, want to get somewhat 1/144 scale Neros and the Gundam Mark V and the refined Barzam, Robot Spirits currently is the only option. And unfortunately, a lot of those figures are stupid expensive. I'd love to get some of those, like maybe just the regular Nero, maybe the Gundam Mark V, but those can be like hundreds of dollars because they're the only options that aren't Converge figures for those suits. They are stupid expensive. So that's unfortunate. Okay, well, I'll probably stop streaming now. So I completed that, and I finished the prep work for this. That's about it today, but still, I'm happy with what I did. I wish I could have completed this, and I probably could, to be honest. It's not like... This would take probably a quarter of the time that took to do, but I don't have it in me anymore. So I'll leave this for next time, whenever that is. This will all be broken down. Actually, I might as well at least break this stuff. I'll do this just to showcase what must be done. This is all 2 blocks, so nothing can spawn there, which is nice. The only things that spawn in this dimension are 3 blocks tall. And of course, just as I'm about to end the stream, I get a comment. Hello. Sane dark orange beaver. I always find it funny when I see just funny random usernames. One of my favorite things when I'm like, if I ever rewatch like my Battlefront videos that I've made, it's to see the most ridiculous PlayStation usernames of all time. I don't know what it is about the Battlefront games, but it attracts the most strange usernames ever. Oh, huh. So I guess I can walk down here to show you what that will look like. Now that I think about it, if I can walk down there... if I can walk down there... Yeah, I can. I could probably just place the dirt ahead of time, and then just break the stone. But I'm not gonna do that. I could, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, there should be a light there, I guess. Have I broken any more torches? I don't know if I have. That might not be a good thing if I have. I probably should have been paying attention. Like, when it comes to weird usernames, like, I remember I've had, like, Emo Kermit Enjoyer was one that I can think of on the top of my head. I've had Shrek Killed JFK. I've had, what are some other stupid ones? I can't really think of that many on the top of my head, but every time, like, I randomly watch one of my old Battlefront videos, I see one of those ridiculous usernames, and I'm just like, what the heck is wrong with people? Like, they're not, like, offensive usernames or anything, they're just funny. It's like, how did you think of this, is more my question. It's like, cause it's not like a Xbox Live, like, username. This isn't, like, pre-generated or recommended by, like, the system. It's like, oh, no, someone thought of this. Someone decided, I'm going to name myself that. I'm like, sure, my name is very random too, but it's not complicated or anything. And it makes perfect sense to me. Just a random name that I thought of before getting my PlayStation. I was like, oh, that's similar to other usernames I've had in the past. I'll go with that. If it's available. And it was. Okay. So yeah. So next stream I will be... Maybe I could place at least all the... Should I place all this stuff? The gravel first? I could do that. Just so I don't have to worry about it later. Where the heck is the way out? Am I stuck? No. There we go. There we go. The mic is glitching out a little bit, it sounds like. The headset more like it. More likely. More accurately. Let's see, I think all my gravel is... Yeah, I need to unplug this and plug it back in. Is it better? Yeah, I think all the gravel is downstairs, or relatively speaking. But yeah, that thing lied earlier because the internet's good enough to have made the stream last this long. Okay, That should be good. That should be plenty enough. What even is this profile picture? Is it just someone's face? Yeah, it's an anime character's face. Looks like maybe Fire Emblem. Yeah, that's a good point. Hello. Kind of arriving late because I'm about to end the stream in a few minutes here. Where is the way down? Right here. Going good. I've been doing this stream for about how long? Let's check. 5 hours and almost 40 minutes. I accomplished a decent amount, though unfortunately my headset and controller have been acting up, so apparently my mic audio has been a bit choppy sometimes, which is not great. I accomplished basically, as you can see here, I'm currently in my end base. This is in the end dimension. And I've been adding height variation to this segment of it. Originally it was perfectly flat. Oh, I hit the mic again. And as you can see, that's where it was originally. Still more random people. What is with people showing up at the very last second? So you can see it's originally flat, and I've been lowering it, like lowering sections of it. And I did this today. I cleared out all the stone and replaced it with dirt. Or I guess, well, technically there was a layer of stone above this, and a layer of stone underneath this, and I placed all this dirt over that. Then, let's see here. Oh, yeah, I should probably grab pickaxe. You can see down here, this is what it looked like before. See a layer of stone down there. Where's the access point? Where is it? Here. So you can see this is what it used to look like. I destroyed the layer of stone and then placed the dirt underneath. And that's what I did today on that other section. And then I placed this stone that you see here also today. I just finished that earlier. Surprisingly, that takes a lot longer than you think it would. At least, not without any beacons or anything. You can see from down here, the layers. No, I'm not going to walk over there because far, but you can see it. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. That's the base layer. So 1 lower, 2 lower, 3 lower. Did I run out of bread? I guess so. So I guess I'll go where this started. Which is to that platform over there. The transportation system. See. I started the stream almost. We're coming up on 6 hours soon. Expecting to be done by now, but I guess not. Let's get in the boat. And my dad's home. Okay, so I'm gonna end the stream here. My brother and dad were just having a super long conversation, so I couldn't talk during that whole bit. But I guess I'll see you guys whenever I do another one. Goodbye.